And welcome to the Board of Supervisors meeting on July 24th. And we have Supervisor Munzer. He's be in a few minutes, or he's running a little late. And so is obviously Supervisor Rivas. He must think he's already on the in the assembly. But anyway, can we all rise and say the pledge, led by Supervisor De La Cruz.
Thank you, sir. Ready? Salute. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Supervisor De La Cruz.
Thank you.
Just so everybody knows, we're going to break at between 11 and 11:15 for closed session to be heard over the lunch period, but we will adjourn to closed session between 11 and no later than 11:15 due to some scheduling issues that we have with some consultants. So I'll entertain a motion for certificate of posting.
So move.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Hearing none. We'll go on to presentations and recognitions. I would like to introduce Angela Carrell from the Elections Office.
Good morning, board members. I'd like to thank the CAO and the board for letting me present this today. This is a certificate of recognition for Rene Anchieta, who needs to come up here, even though he's really shy and doesn't like this kind of stuff. So be nice to him. So you can stand. You don't. You have to stand through this. Okay. I know I'm going to make you suffer. Sorry. It's a perk of the job. Okay. This is really short. It is a whole 3 whopping slides. So I will do this very quickly. There is a handout in the back if anyone is interested in any of the information that we're presenting today. There's a handout about redistricting, a citizen's guide to redistricting that we created from the Department of Elections. There's a handout from the U.S. Census about preparing for the 2020 census, and there's also a handout that has this slide. Okay. Block Boundary Suggestion Project. In February of 2016, the U.S. Census Liaison reached out to election officials and local agencies across the state. They suggested a new way in preparing for the 2020 U.S. Census. So the Department of Elections and the GIS Department collaborated together and participated in the Block Boundary Suggestion Project with the assistance of the Assessor's Office and both city and county planning. Rene Anchieta gathered all the information, data, and worked with each department to create the suggested new block boundaries for the state program and input it in the statewide database. UC Berkeley was our state liaison. They're a nonprofit liaison that assisted us with this project. Our goals were pretty direct. Review the prototype of the new census block boundaries, fix existing block boundaries and street conflicts, create new block boundaries for all new development and new projects in the county and cities, understand other agencies' concerns for any future redistricting projects. Some of our concerns that we had as a group is we had voting boundary issues. That's why I'm involved in this. Tax rate area boundaries, assessor parcels, and conflicts with existing block boundaries. I hope you can see this. This is an example of really bad census block boundaries. The 3 examples that are shown here are overlaid on a voting precinct boundary map. So each of the color areas are a precinct, and the gray overlaid lines that are pointed to with the red arrows are the census blocks that are cutting through parcels and voting precincts. So it's very difficult to determine, one, are they in that census block or not, and also what are they voting on if it's based on census blocks. As you can see, these do have a lot of corrections that are needed, and this was just one example of one area in the county that Renee Anchieta worked hard to create new census block boundaries and presented those to the U.S. Census. Ensuring our residents are correctly counted helps the U.S. Census produce quality data. Accurate data helps with federal government allocations of over $400 billion in federal funding annually across all agencies for infrastructure, programs, and services. Because of Renee Anchieta's work, we were one of the first counties in the state to reach applicable benchmarks and were awarded a $15,000 grant for our participation. In the end, I'd like to thank Renee for all of his hard work, because in the 2020 census, we are going to have great data, and in 2021, when we do redistricting, it's going to be a lot easier than it was in 2011, because we did redistricting in 2011 together. So, on behalf of the Board of Supervisors and the Administration's Office, I would like to present this award to Renee for his hard work, his dedication, and his commitment to the county.
All right.
Thank you.
Great. I think CAO Espinoza has a few words to add to this.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, so I've had the privilege to work with Renee. He's been an employee with the county for over a decade, and he's been instrumental in moving forward with GIS in our county and tying technology as well as the policy items that you bring to the table. He's able to actually put that into a visual GIS format. So he's been fantastic. He's a pleasure to work with, and I congratulate you and thank you for working with us and being a part of the county and working with the board and the constituents within our county. Great job. Thanks, Renee.
Yeah, very good, Renee. And I want to add to it as well. When I was elected, Supervisor De La Cruz, we had no technology, no GIS, no anything, and people don't realize that. And it's pretty hard to function in the 21st century without those tools. And you've been a big part of moving us forward, and we really appreciate all your work and dedication to doing a great job. So it should absolutely be recognized, and I thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, my comments are my 2 cents to the issue is that, as Supervisor Patola, our chairman, indicated earlier, him and I have been here the longest, right? What's going on 13 years, something like that? Forgot. Maybe a little bit longer. Oh, that's right, 15 years. We remember doing our budgets, on the whiteboard and crossing out the numbers and, okay, this is what it is. And staff had to take a break and go in the back and then put the numbers back in a spreadsheet and bring them back. But at the end of the day, actually, those numbers were not actually accurate, so we had to come back the next day and do it. There was one time we approved a budget in a 2-week period. And today, what do we approved it in a day and a half, I think, something like that?
Actual time this year was about 2.5 hours, but we had to come back to codify.
We got to look busy, Ray. Don't say that. And not only in the budget preparation, but also in the elections, the technology that has provided the elections office an added aids, it just wonders. And that also goes to Angela and Mike and everyone at the elections office. Is this technology. I remember at first where members of the public and some members of the body here were against the idea of spending money invested in technology. I'll stick to my position. That was one of the smartest moves we ever did. Thank you. And it's a byproduct of today. Thank you.
Thanks.
Okay. We'll move on to public comment. Clerk of the board.
We do have some speakers. First speaker, Janie Lofton.
Good morning to the Board of Supervisors. My name is Janie Loston, and I live in Tres Pinos. I know you can't make any comments or anything about what I have to say today, but I just want to bring it to your attention that we have a beautiful county here that is full of trash. I took it upon myself to work in Tres Pinos area where I'm from, and I do a lot of cleaning there. And I know some of them are state roads, and I know some of them are county roads, and I don't care which one is which. If there's trash, I try to pick it up. So I'm challenging you all to go out and spend a half an hour a week or month or whatever and pick up and clean up around your area. We have a beautiful area. George Lake isn't taking prisoners around anymore. We need somebody that maybe can do that. And if the roads are too narrow and there's too much traffic, well, that's a completely different subject because we should have built bigger roads before we brought in more people. Anyway, I just want everybody to know that we need to clean up our town, our county, not just the town. I don't live in Hollister. I got back from Oregon and Idaho a couple of weeks ago. It is beautiful there. The fines there for trash is $6,000 plus. Maybe we need to increase how much it costs if we catch somebody. I've never seen anybody. I see crap flying out of people's cars all the time. And I don't know if I should write the number down and call somebody or just stop and pick it up. But, and it's a big mess, especially after they mow, and if there's especially any styrofoam in there, it's just a huge mess. So I would appreciate it if the board would take some time and think about how we can clean up our trash. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Very good message. Next speaker.
Marty Richmond.
Good morning, Marty Richmond from Hollister. I'm back. There's the old joke about the guy who lived next to a very busy railroad line, and he didn't even know it was there till the train stopped running. That's probably the way you guys felt about me being gone. Once I was gone, it was probably pretty quiet. So let me get to my point. So first of all, something on a personal note, I would like to thank all the people throughout the county and throughout Hollister who expressed their concern for both me and my wife. And my illness was short-lived, but unfortunately my wife is still recovering. So I thank all of you for the kind words. And talking about things that are not noticed to be gone until they're gone, I am very concerned about the hospital. One reason my wife was operated on was because a sharp-eyed doctor over at Hazel Hawkins saw something he didn't like. Somebody really paying attention with a lot of experience. And then Dr. Armstrong. And then Dr. Martinez, who not only has a sharp eye but a sharp knife, went in and found the tumor. And without Hazel Hawkins, I don't know if it would have happened. They couldn't do the big operation. We had to go to Stanford. But that hospital, its emergency department and its basic services is essential to this community. Throughout California, small communities like ours are losing their public hospital districts. They simply cannot afford to keep them up. All over the state, they're closing down. As you probably know, Hazel Hawkins is talking to some other hospitals about partnering. Well, partnering brings changes. It's just the way the life is. And there's always going to be some pushback. And we don't know what those are going to be now. We're not going to know how they're accepted by the community. But I think the people who want to keep the hospital going, at least the most essential portions of it, have to rely on you to talk to your constituency about it and say, be prepared to be flexible. We're going to keep what we absolutely have to keep and as much as we can keep, but changes are in the offing. And that's true throughout California and throughout the nation as far as medical care. After all, one of the surgeons who deals with me, he doesn't even touch his patients. He uses a robot called a Da Vinci. So he sits at a robot station. I hope you'll be ready for this, and I hope they'll have your support. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Tammy Avila.
Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Tammy Aviles, and I live in the county. I am here on behalf of the Coalition for a New Community Library and Resource Center, and referring to page 387 of the budget plan. We're here working towards finding a new library, and I wanted to invite you to our next meeting, which is this Saturday, July 28th at 10 a.m. at the library. And that's open to everybody. And I want to thank the Board of Supervisors for their continued support of the county library. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Ella Salinas?
Good morning, Elia Salinas, county resident. Jamie, thank you so much for mentioning about the trash in San Benito County. There's actually a group called Friends of the San Benito River that we go out there and we clean. We've been cleaning the river. I think the last time we did it was in April. It's been getting too hot to go out there. Plus, I got a little case of poison oak the last time I was out there. So we are out there. We have volunteers going out there, and if you would like to join us and anybody out there, Supervisor Medina has gone out there every time to go out there and help us. So we are out there, and we welcome anybody to come out there. Speaking of trash and other things like that, one of the other concerns that I want to speak about today is fire lines around a lot of the properties out here in the county. It has taken approximately 3 weeks to communicate with the fire marshal, excuse me, to finally get some letters sent out to some property owners to get some fire lines out there, distance, stuff like that, where there's a really big concern with fires, and we're a little bit nervous about that. So some of these property owners, especially with the large hay fields out there, we'd like you to get some fire lines out there dissed out. Another thing that I would like to touch on is the illegal cannabis growers in San Benito County that are not being touched by law enforcement, and I would encourage our supervisors to direct the Sheriff's Department to go out there and do some enforcement against the black market. There were 25 people who, applicants that came forward to the county and said, we're out here, we're growing, and they complied with the county, and they stopped growing. They haven't been growing, and I would like to see something done about the black market. Thank you.
Thank you.
Richard Betancourt?
Morning.
Morning.
I'm going to kind of give a report on the slide on Southside Road. I'd like to thank this board and the county folks and also Chapin, because I think they've been doing a great job, even though it failed once already. But it looks like they might have a handle on it now. Also, I'd like to thank my neighbors for getting together, and this small group right around the slide, we are letting each other go through each other's property. And I just like to thank them for letting us do that. I'm one of them too, so okay. That's all I got to say.
Okay. Thank you.
I have no more speakers.
All right. Thank you. Anybody else would like to take the opportunity to address the board on items not on the agenda today? Okay. We'll move on to department head announcements.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, we do have a few announcements. One I want to mention is that of administration. We actually had the privilege of going to NACO this year, and it was a very well put together conference. There was a lot of sessions. Also, too, the communication with the state and the federal government was vital to us, and making sure that they had, we had a voice for our county there, I think was important. One of the sessions I just want to highlight has to do with kind of what we were just talking about a few minutes ago, piggybacking on Renee and technology. One of the sessions talked about solution session citizen engagement in a digital age. So I think that was a really great session. It talks about how fast-moving technology is and how we can better engage the public with issues and items that we have in government, and having a more transparent government and having them involved. So I'll be meeting with some folks concerning that over the next month or so to try to bring in more technology and have a better communication with the community. So that was what I wanted to highlight. Just one item. There was quite a few things. But.
Yeah, it sounded like a good bunch of sessions in Nashville.
There were a lot. I'd also like to invite our Health and Human Services Director, Jim Riding Sword.
Good morning.
Good morning.
About a year ago, we began a program called Whole Person Care. And the idea of whole person care is to work with people one person at a time to improve their lives. We focus on homeless and those who are at risk of homeless. So I'd like to just share with the board 3 stories this morning. First, a woman between the ages of 45 and 55. She's been enrolled since January of 2018. She has multiple health problems and is a frequent flyer at the emergency room. She has had over 10 emergency room visits since enrollment. However, we're pleased to announce that she has had no visits for April, May, and June. And we have worked with her to apply for Social Security disability benefits. We've referred her to behavioral health for mental health services. We're currently helping her with locating permanent housing and obtained a free phone for her. Since January, she has become more independent and less reliant. She's not only making her regular primary care appointments a priority, she is also getting dentures and glasses to improve her appearance and self-esteem, and she has even begun babysitting and cleaning houses for friends. Great. So the second story is a gentleman between the ages of 45 and 55. He's been enrolled since 2018. He has a substance abuse order, opioid addiction, and he's been involved with the criminal justice system. We have assisted him with transportation and eventually arranged for him to get bus tokens so that he could independently attend a methadone clinic in Santa Clara County, thanks to our
COG director?
Yeah.
Mary Gilbert.
Senior moment. He's been attending the clinic Monday through Friday since May 2018 to deal with his addiction. He's become open to establishing a primary care physician and making health a priority. And then the third story is a woman between the ages of 65 and 75, one of the critical populations of people who are out there homeless. She has multiple health conditions and was a frequent flyer at the emergency department at Hazel Hawkins. She's had over 5 visits since she enrolled in our program. However, through care coordination with our staff, her primary care physician and the social worker at Hazel Hawkins Hospital and the Home Resource Center, our shelter, she was admitted to a nursing and rehab facility in Gilroy. Her church pastor, close friend, and daughter are part of her care coordination and were able to find permanent housing in Fremont for her. We're in the process of getting her health care switched over to Alameda County with the assistance of their whole person care program. And once we've made the switch and she's handed off, she will graduate from our program. Her health has significantly improved now that she has permanent housing and strong ongoing support from her family and team. So just wanted to kind of give you a brief update on a couple of things that have happened since we started whole person care in San Benito County. Thank you very much.
That's very good, Jim. Thank you for sharing those stories. It's important for us to hear some successes. It makes the effort worthwhile. Any other department head announcements? No?
Sorry about that. No.
Okay. We have the librarian, Nora. Contact.
I apologize. I believe we do. We have our
okay. And I think Nora wants to say something too.
Good morning, Chair, Board of Supervisors. Joe Paul Gonzalez, today before you as Register of Voters. I wanted to talk to the board this morning about election security. There's a couple of vendors that are in the national spotlight. At this time, Governing Magazine reported that the state of Maryland officials announced that the FBI had informed them that BikeGrid LLC, an election vendor that handles the state's voter registration and election management and election night result sites, is financed by a fund whose manager is Russian and whose top investor is a Russian oligarch. And on Tuesday, Vice reported that Election Systems and Software, which is ES&S, they're a major voting machine manufacturer and software vendor. They conceded in a letter to the U.S. Senator Ron Wyden of Oregon that it installed PC Anywhere remote access software on its machines between 2000 and 2006. Quote, installing remote access software and modems on election equipment is the worst decision for security, short of leaving ballot boxes on a Moscow street corner, Wyden said. He tweeted on Tuesday. He tweeted that Congress must pass a bill to require paper ballots and audits. In California, all voting must have a paper record that is auditable. San Benito County Elections does not use either of these two vendors. Our election information management system vendor is a California vendor, DFM Associates. That system is deployed in 40 California counties. The county's ballot tally system vendor is Dominion Voting Systems. We use the ImageCast Central system. It meets both federal and state certification requirements, and which is one of the requirements is called air gap, and that's a standalone system that it cannot be networked and cannot be hacked remotely. So that was just kind of a little update I wanted to give the board and the public. Thank you.
Thank you.
We also have our librarian, the library, Nora Conte.
Good morning, board members and members of the public. I just want to say that in regards to the Whole Person program, we're collaborating with this office, and it's a wonderful thing to be able to connect with them so that they can help the individual in many, many different ways. So thank you, Jim, for having that as part of your department. It is work. We are continuously reaching out to them, as the library does encounter many individuals that are homeless, and we are also trying to provide assistance for them as well. I wanted to let the board know that we've had a fantastic summer reading club. This is the final week of summer reading. Thank you for your support. Our programs have been attended anywhere from 80 to 175 individuals every time that we meet to come together, whether it be a STEM program, whether it would be reading or technology or a film or a magician. They've come into the library and have enjoyed their summer reading. On a very, very special note, board members, I wanted to just take a moment to thank you for your support, our board members, our CAO, for supporting the library, for helping me to help the community this year. Our circulation statistics, they're not all in yet, but from last year to this year, and your financial support of the library has allowed us to put books, information into the hands of our community. It's up by 13%, and the full numbers aren't in yet. thank you, Board, for helping us to help the community.
Thank you, Nora.
All right. So I don't think we have any more announcements.
Okay. Then we'll go to board announcements. Supervisor Medina. Supervisor De La Cruz.
Yes, Mr. Chair. I'll make it real simple and short. I also attended the NACO conference, and actually, before I go into my short speech, I want to commend both Jim and Joe Paul, because through NACO and through CSAC, the whole person care originally in that arena, and it was moved to the county levels, which is very exciting. Knowing that going to these conferences and meeting with the right people allows us to be part of the first step process versus waiting for something to be implemented. So we actually had some footprint in San Benito County, how that's going to work, and those are the benefits of attending an organization such as NACO, RCRC, and CSAC. In terms of Joe Powell, at the NACO conference, I had the privilege to meet with about 15 county or commissioners, supervisors, they're called commissioners, and the discussion was about election, and these supervisors, commissioners, the majority of their discussion was that we need to go back to paper trail election. When people vote, we got to give people a paper. So it seems like that's the old-fashioned way, and so there's a push out there, Joe, is for commissioners and supervisors to vote by paper instead of by computerized. So I left that at that as it is, because I know sometimes it gets political depending on which side of the aisle you are. I'm not going to go there, but it was very interesting. I also attended some meetings on transportation, and folks, we got the same problems throughout the whole nation. They got their own Highway 25 problems. They got their own funding problem, and it was just interesting how, oh my God, San Benito too. The state and the federal government doesn't give what's the right word? Doesn't give anything up. They don't care a crap about us. We have to push forward, and that's why it's very important that we have a sales tax going in November, because no one's going to help us fix our local roads or fix Highway 25. Yes, I know it's a state highway, but the matter is that the state of California doesn't care about Highway 25. Another meeting that I attended was about solving low-income housing for our folks, and the definition of low-income and affordable housing and housing by design. It was a very lengthy discussion. We talked about, what does those three definitions means, and then I just interjected my thoughts, and I said, in our community, we're wrestling with the idea: do we build for out-of-towners, or do we build for our local folks, for our kids? And that was an interesting conversation, because everybody says, "Oh shoot, yeah, you're right." Are we redefining how our community is, or are we just going to continue to let our community grow? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you for the report. Supervisor Rivas.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I, as well, was at NACO. It was the first time in my 8th year ever attending a conference such as this. And so certainly in Nashville, Tennessee, the weather was a little different. So there is no wonder why California is a desired place to live for many people. But, I do have to say is certainly attending the conference and learning about, issues around this country and in other counties. Rural counties like ourselves, our problems that we face here in San Benito County aren't unique, as my colleague here said. I sat in a number of workshops related to opiates, related to homelessness, related to housing. And so certainly the same challenges we face here in San Benito County are being faced by, other counties throughout this country. And so certainly understanding how we as policymakers at the local level, at the state level, how we can attack these issues, not only from the fringe, but really attacking the root of the problem is the challenges we face. Because certainly we get a lot of issues where we are very reactionary. And so certainly understanding homelessness and who we have to, in my opinion, when you talk about homelessness or you talk about housing, it's not about who we can cater to. The fact is we need housing. We need all types of housing. But how we accommodate that growth in our communities is the biggest issue we face. And so certainly affordability in California, that's the one issue that I found was much different in California than every other state in this country is housing. Unique. We're very unique as a state because what it costs to build a house in California is so much more expensive than anywhere else in the country. And so certainly when you talk about affordability, you could throw that out the window. And so working with, our state legislators, working with, other counties and other elected officials to solve this crisis from a regional standpoint, working with our regional boards like AMBAG, looking how we can work together, across our county lines is something that we need to really do, and something that's going to be a challenge to all of us. But certainly it was a great experience. I brought back a lot of information that I'll share with my colleagues, and so. But other than that, Mr. Chair, it's great to be back, and thank you.
Thank you. And I appreciate the two supervisors at CAO stepping up and attending those meetings and trying to pick the brains of other officials and elected leaders throughout the whole country. It has to be very, very valuable. I'm jealous. As far as my report, I think you have, Supervisor Rivas, about 5 months left of your career here. And I remember when you ran, one thing, just a lot of campaign rhetoric, talking about, county government and not functioning at the level that we probably should function at 8 years ago. And I remember having a little level of animosity of those comments and thinking that, wait till you get here. Because Supervisor De La Cruz and I had been working on a number of different things, whether it was establishing technology, improving our processes. We did a lot of work as far as reorganizing different departments and trying to work with other agencies to consolidate services. And but one of the things that I'm really excited about today is, and so far during my chairmanship, and a lot of this work has started before this year, is, San Bernardino County is unlike most other governments. Washington, D.C., Sacramento, I think all of us feel that they have a spending problem. We in San Bernardino County have a revenue problem. And our staff, supervisors, have been working very hard to address those revenue problems. We've addressed it through developer agreements, through impact fees, and tax measures that we approved in June. Now we have on the consent agenda the sales tax increase for our transportation, for our roads, as Supervisor De La Cruz pointed out. We have items on today's agenda, which is a accumulation of a lot of work, and it's coming to a head. And I think it's really exciting for the county to be at have this meeting today, and it's an important meeting. I'm looking forward to it, but we have to address our revenues as best we can. Is it solve all our problems? Probably not, but it's put us in a far better place. So with that, I'm going to ask the board, do you have any items on the consent agenda that you'd like pulled? 18.
Actually, Mr. Chair, 23, a general question, 33.
33?
23 and 33.
Okay. Anybody from the public would like to?
Yes, the public has 24 that they would like.
24? Very good. Anyone else has anything to add before I close that and ask for a motion? Seeing none.
Motion for approval, Mr. Chair.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye, oppose. Hearing none, we'll go on to item 18, Supervisor Medina.
I just want to recognize an individual that stepped up to take over in the Parks and Rec Commission. If you can please stand. Appreciate you're calling me and telling me that you're interested in this position. I appreciate you being the volunteer and taking care of this. It's greatly appreciated. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Peterson, and look forward to your contributions.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I to thank you, Supervisor Mayor. I too would like to congratulate Marie for taking on this job, because you actually called me too, and I said, call your supervisor. Good job. That's all, Mr. Chair.
Entertain a motion.
I make a motion to number 18 SBC file number 156.
That will get the benefit up front. I read the information sheet, and it says that this tax would be eligible for the sale of bonds in advance. I encourage the board to tell the voters that they intend to do that. They intend to sell the bonds like so many capital projects do in advance, and use the money to bring immediate benefit and for the people who are going to pay for this. I would rather have them riding on the roads for 30 years, that they're pay as you go, basically, when you do the bonds, rather than put the money in an account. Because my fear is that the return we would get from saving the money, even on our impact fees, gets wiped out by the increases in the cost of building the roads and fixing the roads many years down the road. I think we lose ground when we do it that way. If we're lucky, 156 will start in 2019 or 2020, and it's 8 miles. It's 8 more miles if you go 156 to Gilroy than if you go 25. And 25 may take a lot longer to fix. So if we would have a good way to feed traffic down into 156 when it becomes a 4-lane highway at the state's expense, then people would rather go the extra 8 miles and save 20 minutes than sit in traffic and go nowhere and save nothing. So to do that, you have to have money. So I encourage you to do that, to take the money up front and put together a program that will show immediate benefit to the taxpayers who are going to pay for this, and essentially make it it becomes a pay-as-you-go project rather than a project that puts the money into account. No one gets the benefit until we build the big road. I think that's really the way to get the public to support these kind of projects. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else from the public? I'll bring it back to the board, and I think Supervisor De La Cruz, who's chairman of COG, and myself being on that, that's really our intentions, is to get this tax passed and to fix our roads and widen Highway 25 and utilize bonding opportunities. That's the only way this thing's will work.
Yeah, and Mr. Chair, let me enlighten some words into the comments. Is that we understand that the first couple of years will be used to fix our local roads, whereas the Highway 25, EIR, right-of-ways, and all these other mechanisms come into play. And by that time, we'll have money set aside and fix our local roads throughout the whole county. And we felt that was the best win-win option for the public to support this ballot that requires 2/3 votes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Any other comments from the board? If not, I'll entertain a motion.
Motion to, let me get the correct language on this, Mr. Chair. Motion to adopt resolution calling for a special elections for the consideration of measure. Do we have a measure?
Yeah, it's no, we don't have a
We don't have a
letter
measure
yet, but it's
No letter.
resolution 2018-42.
2018-42. That's my motion, Mr. Chairman.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed? Hearing none. We'll move on to the next item, 33, Supervisor De La Cruz.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Where's Jim? There he is.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Morning.
Let me get to my notes, Jim.
Sure.
Just give me a minute. Okay. We will be applying for $1 million for a first-time home buyer program, and it will be used at the homeless shelter second phase.
No.
Is that correct, or is this for the Southside Road?
This is for Southside Road for the units, the self-help home units that are going to be built where the old hospital used to be.
The old hospital.
Yes.
Okay, because I read the transmittal, the backup, and I thought it said something about the second phase of the homeless. Let me pick that up.
If it is, we'll clean that up.
Where did I read it? Okay, to operate a program at 1111 San Felipe Road, Suite 108. Is that the administration office, or is that where the funds will be applied?
1111 is our administration office.
It's the administration
Yeah.
office.
And
okay.
that's where our Community Services and Workforce Development Division is housed.
Okay. And then in the actual resolution, it doesn't mention anything about the Southside Road location. It's just a general blanket, and that's the way we want it?
That's my understanding, although it is, the application that's going to go in is intended to serve the Southside site for the self-help, because that's the only self-help project we have in the community right now.
I was going to say, I beg the difference, because we have like a project like Chispa or even the Heart Project, that they have Chispa involved in that project, that they're going to be seeking
Is that
assistance.
self-help?
Or I don't know if it's self-help or low-income.
No, this is self-help,
It's
where you have
self-help,
to help
okay.
build your home.
Okay. And then the last question that I have, this will be based on those individuals that are first-time home buyers, and there's a guideline what defines a first-time home buyer, correct?
Exactly.
And it doesn't have to be somebody who makes $40,000 a year, right? It's not based on income. It's based on first-time home buyer.
I believe that it's a combination of both.
Combination of both. But
Yes.
isn't the target really to help low-income families?
Yes.
Don't we want to do that?
Yes.
I mean, that
So
would
it's
be
a-
my prefer.
So it's a combination of first home loan buyers and income guidelines.
I don't like what you say there.
Okay, help me out with that.
Well, I mean, we have a lot of struggling families that are living in garages today.
Yes.
We had a situation where a house was burned down because there were 3-4 families living on the west side of Hollister, and they sure could have helped some of those families by these type of programs. And my understanding, this is the intent for those kind of programs.
The intent is to help low-income buyers.
Well, low income is very subjective, you know. A low income could be an 80,000, 90,000, 100,000 annual income.
No, the guidelines, I don't have them in front of me, and I can certainly get them for you, but the guidelines are based upon HUD guidelines for low income.
Okay. I just want to reflect for the record that I wholeheartedly support helping low-income families, especially those who are living in garages and their lives are being in jeopardy by fires.
We agree with you.
Thank you, Jim. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments from the board? Any comments from the public? Not?
Okay, Joker, in a second. Elliot Salinas, I just want to put it out there that there was an article 2 weeks ago that in the Bay Area, $117,000 a year qualified you for low income.
We don't live in the Bay Area. We live in San Benito County.
Okay, thank
Thank
you.
you.
Anybody else from the public? If not, we'll close the public comment and bring it back to the board.
Mr. Chair, as I pull the item out, I'd like to make the motion.
Okay.
Motion to adopt resolution 18 Am I getting these wrong? I apologize. 2018-43. 47? 43. Authorizing the submittal application of the California State Department of Housing and Community Development for funding under the Home Investment Partnership Program and select authorized Director of Health and Human Services agent to execute a standard agreement, any amendments thereto, and any related documents necessary to participate in the Home Investment Partnership Program. That's my motion, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Do I have a second? All those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed? Hearing none. We're due 3 public hearings. I don't think any of them are take very long. And then I'm going to move 43 up to be heard ahead of 42. So the first public hearing, CEO Espinoza, you could introduce that.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to invite up Kevin O'Neill. Kevin O'Neill is our OES manager, and he'll be presenting this particular item, and we're requesting your board to open up the public hearing for this particular item. Kevin?
Thank you, CAO Espinoza, and thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the board. So this is going to be pretty easy for me. I'm going to go ahead and, turn this over to our EMS coordinator, Chris Mangano, who will give you a full update on this past year as it relates to CSA 36, which is the CSA that relates to advanced life support and ambulance service within the county. So, Chris?
Thank you. Good morning, board.
Good morning.
It's a privilege to present a snapshot of the EMS system and a report on the Community Service Area 36. The CSA 36 funding are used for essential services of the EMS agency. We have been collecting the $20 maximum fee for 1 year now. Other sources of revenue for the EMS program include the Maddie Fund, the contract for ambulance service with Hollister Hills, funds from the Healthcare Preparedness Grant managed by Public Health, fees imposed on ambulance providers to operate in the county, and charges for certification and accreditation for EMTs and paramedics. Last calendar year, AMR, the 911 contracted provider, responded to 3,224 emergency calls with a time performance of 95%. That was an increase of just over 2.5% of calls in the previous year. In addition, AMR provided 203 interfacility transports, which were from Hazel Hawkins Hospital to specialty care facilities, including trauma, stroke, and cardiac centers and nursing homes. The snapshot provided to you shows a detail of the locations of their call volume. A few recent accomplishments of the EMS agency include revising and implementing the policies, procedures, and protocols manual. The manuals define the standards for the operations of the EMS system as outlined by the state and prescribe the clinical treatment provided to all patients. And we created pocket guides that the paramedics were able to use. And we also have an app on smartphones that has all the protocols and policies. Our community outreach for this fiscal year includes continuation of placing AEDs in all public locations throughout the county. We have partnered with AMR and Hollister Fire, providing hands-only CPR at all show and tell school events, school education events, the farmers market, and most recently, Kids in the Park. We are also focused on our involvement with the San Benito County Opioid Task Force and the grant EMS and Public Health received for Narcan, which is a nasal spray that can treat Narcan. It's a nasal spray to treat opioid addiction, overdose in an emergency. Currently, we have trained and distributed Narcan to Hollister Fire, who has already administered it 3 times successfully, the Probation Department, Hollister Police, San Benito High School, the Public Health Department, Hollister School District Office, and the San Benito County Schools. We're planning on training and distributing Narcan to the Sheriff's Department, the jail and juvenile hall, the homeless shelter, and the Health Foundation, with the remaining dosages we receive through the grant. The 911 ambulance contract expires in June of 2019. We received a letter from American Medical Response requesting consideration for a 5-year extension. We've already begun working with County Council and will be meeting with AMR in the next week to review the current system designs and to propose recommendations for a contract revision. That concludes my snapshot of the EMS system in CSA 36.
Any questions from the board?
Mr. Chair, I got a quick question. Just from a helicopter auto transportation perspective, you know that program where you pay $50 a year?
Right.
Is that increasing? Is that on the rise?
That increased to $65 because
membership
is $65 a year through CalSTAR, and it increased to $65 from $55 per family. It's actually per household. So anybody that you claim on your taxes is eligible for that one fee because their services increase. They're pretty much across the United States now.
So no, but my question is, membership in San Benito County, has that been increasing?
No.
Have people have not enrolled in that program?
People have, but it hasn't increased.
Okay.
It really should be something everybody has since our specialty centers are all out of county.
Okay. And then the under the facts, 766 canceled AMA.
Mm-hmm. Those are against medical advice calls. So when we respond to a 911 call, over 700 people refuse to be treated.
Is there a point where you transfer the cost to the person that makes the call?
No.
A cancel is a cancel, and you can't charge that person.
Correct. AMR only bills for a call when the patient is transported.
When the patient's transported. Okay.
Correct.
Thank you.
You're very welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Any other questions?
Right. I have 2 questions quickly. The first question is do we operate with is there a fund balance or a reserve with this this fee tax?
The CSA 36?
Yeah,
yes.
We're at the max, and we've had more parcels. And
good question.
Do we have a fund balance going forward and a reserve?
We do.
What is that?
Right now, it's just about $400,000.
So our revenue is around $400,000.
Correct.
At the assessed parcels.
Right.
And we have a fund balance in reserve of around $400,000.
Right, that we have not spent because we are not sure where we're going to go with the no contract negotiations, and there may be some moving funds that we've got money set aside for, some CAD changes that are going to be implemented.
Which kind of leads me to my next question, because I think there was somewhat of a concern in the public on availability of ambulances and the tipping point of when we should have 3 instead of 2, and in fact, being on the fire committee, we were made aware that Hollister was contemplating a BLS transport service, and I think it's a real bad idea real bad idea. But, you know, the point comes back that the community is concerned about not having enough ambulances do we have an idea what that tipping point would be and when we should consider a third ambulance or a BLS transport?
Sure. We're looking at the data daily. We are not quite at that point yet. The state average is one ambulance per 60,000 people. We have 2 ambulances in the county for 60,000 people. Mutual aid is in place for that case. We do add the third ambulance on weekends and holidays, and we are watching the volume. As I pointed out in the daily call volume, our peak days. However, yesterday, Mondays typically are a busy day, and I believe they had 3 calls total. So there is no rhyme or reason to our call volume. We are watching it carefully, and
Okay.
we'll be negotiating that with the new contract.
I hope we kind of stay on top of that. Supervisor De La Cruz, you have another thing?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Just listening to another question pop up. Refresh my mind. The budget it's a fixed allocation or is it per unit allocation? Do you guys recover the per unit or is it we just allocate so many dollars a year?
We don't provide, they're self-sufficient. We don't compensate AMR for their contract.
So these new dollars are coming in for new houses. Is that going into this fund?
It's the CSA fund, correct.
It's the CSA fund.
Right.
And so there's got to be a positive balance as of today, right?
There is. Right, but we
That's
don't.
accountable, right? The public can know that it's out there.
Definitely.
Okay, because, I don't want the public saying, well, you're lying to us, there's no money there.
No, there's funds there, and we have the statements for that.
So sooner or later, there's going to come a point where we go to the next step. So we're saving all those dollars till we reach that next level, right?
Yes and no. We don't provide financial contributions to AMR at this time. In negotiations, if we need to look at adding another unit and they're not able to subsidize, then we would have to look at that.
So AMR, they're going based on the call time, right?
Correct. Transport volume.
Transport volume. So with so many units being built in San Benito County, and if those numbers or that time drops below, then that's a signal for them to got to start put a third vehicle out there, right?
Correct.
Okay.
Right.
Okay. Thank you.
Right. You're very
But
welcome.
with that third vehicle, it would be time to chew up some of those reserves because
Right.
it would
Fully
be
understand.
cost effective.
Absolutely. That's what the
Okay.
money's for. Absolutely.
All right.
Right.
Yeah.
Mr. O'Neill, you wanted to add anything, or you're fine?
No, I was just getting ready just in case.
Okay, great. All right, with that, I'll open up the public hearing. Anybody from the public would like to comment?
Marty Richmond from Hollister. I really regret that they don't have a slide of the picture that you were presented in the report, because the slide of the picture in the report tells a lot about where the calls are going and what density those calls are, and the public cannot see that because they don't have it in their report. But what it shows, and I'll describe it, is that a surprising number of these calls, although obviously most of them are in the dense population area, but this surprisingly number of these calls are in other areas, especially you'll see some yellow circles, meaning those calls are concentrated there. I can't remember what yellow stands for, 1 to 7 or 2 to 7, whatever the number is. The point I'm making is, thank you so much. The yellow are 17 to 36 calls, and you'll see there's yellow circles that are outside the population, probably because there's accidents there, or something else is going on. I think covering something like Hollister for an ambulance service is no big deal because it's packed in pretty tight, and so they can find a location where the response time is easy. The problem, as always here in the rural areas, is the other areas. I hate paying taxes. Put me on record. $20 a year for a parcel to get emergency medical service is not a lot of money. A $63 insurance policy with the Aerostar or whatever they call themselves now, for a trip that might cost $63,000 to take you to a trauma center is pretty low. And you may think, well, my insurance is going to pay for it. Well, guess what? In a lot of cases, your insurance is not going to pay for it, even if they drop the price somewhat. So I recommend everybody go out and buy the Aerostar insurance, and it's worth the amount of money. You cover your whole $65. You cover the whole family for a year. I'm not in the insurance business. It's just a good deal. As far as this, it is time for the county to start thinking about putting multi-service officers in South and North County. We've talked about this before. Officers who are trained to be both certified as sheriffs, firefighters, and EMTs or paramedics. And their purpose is to enforce the law as a firefighter, not to fight the fire, but to be able to evaluate the fire so you roll the right amount of equipment, and as the EMT to keep you alive until the helicopter gets there. That's really important if you're in South County, because it takes a long time to get there.
Okay.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
And thank you for this.
Anybody else from public would like to comment?
It would have helped. Okay.
Come forward.
Hi, I'm Tammy again. And I just wanted to say thank you. We moved here 5 years ago. We moved my in-laws in with us. My father-in-law had a stroke at home this past March. We live South County. We're in Vineyard Estates off of South Side. And I just wanted to say thank you since this topic was brought up, because the ambulance, they came and they brought him to Hazel Hawkins, and he was treated with the clot buster thing. But the services that we received being here in the county, I really appreciate it. My family appreciates it. So thank you.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else? If not, I'll close the public hearing and return it back to the board.
Mr. Chair, I got an interesting. It's Marty got my attention on that one. Are there rules or regulations that forbids counties from doing? If you live, I don't know, 10 miles away from downtown, you're required to join CalStar.
No.
No.
No. However, it's calstar.org if you do want to look that up. We do not receive any compensation from CalStar.
I know that.
But no, you're not required to purchase it. Distance is what you kind of expect from services when you live out of a city limit. However, we do our best to provide immediate, quick response.
So if somebody has a CalStar membership, AMS and CalStar will show up?
No.
No?
The CalStar membership just kicks in when you are flown to a specialty center. So if we decide when we arrive that you can go to Hazel Hawkins, then you will be transported there.
So why can't CalStar show up first before you guys?
They don't. CalStar will only respond to usually the pinnacles first, or an extreme remote area of the county first, because their transport time is 9 to 12 minutes, and ours could be up to an hour and a half, depending on where we're going in the county.
So CalStar is only dispatched at the request of the first responders on scene. And it's only if you're having a really bad day. So you're having a stroke, you're in a major traumatic accident. So it's not, just being a member doesn't mean that they're automatically sent. And but CalStar, like Chris said, they're all over the country. They're owned by a parent company, which is Reach. And in some areas, Reach does ambulance transportation, so that would be included. If you go to Hazel Hawkins, you just drive in, and it turns out you need to go to Stanford, and they're going to fly you, that's included. But it's not like a guarantee that they're going to come when you call 911.
And at the end of the day, this assessment doesn't have a whole lot to do with the helicopter. So. So let's move on.
Yeah. There are copies of the reports back if anybody would like to see the maps or the reports. Thank you.
Okay. No, if there's no more discussion, can we have a motion? Well, if no one else is to make a motion, just speed things along. I'll make a motion that we approve 2018-48.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, hearing none. We'll move on to the next public hearing. CEO.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, we have another public hearing. It's out of our Ag Commissioner's office. I'd like to invite Karen Overstreet. Again, we're going to request you to open the public hearing for mosquito and disease control assessment and adopt a resolution. Karen?
Good morning, Chairman Botello,
Morning.
members of the board. As CAO stated, that we're here to open a hearing to receive comment from the public regarding the assessment for the mosquito abatement program. This is what funds our program annually. With me is Kyle Tankard with SEI Consulting. He prepares the annual engineers report that determines the funding needed for the program, and he can answer any questions regarding that report if you have.
Okay.
Just to give you kind of a update or recap, we are recommending the assessment remain at $11.22 for single-family equivalent. Even though we're not asking for an increase at this time, we will recognize an increase in funding, partly due to an increase of approximately 520 units, and which would equate to nearly $6,000. Plus, we have about a $10,000 carryover from the prior year. I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
Great. Any questions from the board? Seeing none. Do we have that concludes the kind of the?
Yeah.
Okay.
We can open the hearing. Yes.
I'll open it up for a public hearing. Anybody from the public would like to comment on the engineering survey? Seeing none, I'll close the public hearing and bring it back to the board.
Make a motion to approve resolution number 2018-46.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Hearing none. Thank you, Ms. Overstreet. Thank you. CEO.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, we're on item number 41. We'd like you to continue this particular hearing. We opened this up at our last board meeting. This is to approve an energy services contract with Energy Services and provide energy services throughout the San Benito County. In particular, it's the county offices. And the project cost is about $8 million. It is $8,056,922. And this particular item, along with item number 44, are tied together, but this is the continuance of the public hearing. So I have Dulce, our management analyst, here, as well as we have, I'd like to invite up Ashu. Yeah, he's a director, helped work with us on this project. I think it's a great project. I think your board as well agrees. And he's here to answer any questions if you want to highlight anything. Again, we've already discussed this before. So
Very
thank you,
good.
Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Espinoza. Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the board. Glad to be back here. There's really not any significant change in what we presented last board meeting or a couple of weeks ago. If you have any questions, I'll be happy to answer them, but otherwise, I think there's no real significant difference.
Supervisor Medina.
Just one quick question. I was talking with some people, and they brought it to my attention to talk to you about this. When the buildings that we're using, they're old, they're aged, of course. If we are to demolish a building, what do we do with the solar panels, or how does that work?
There's only 2 buildings that we have solar panels on. Let me just see. There's anyway. Really, there's 2 buildings. I forget. I think they were on the library. What roofs are the buildings on? Solar panels on? Library and Hall of Records. And if you do demolish the buildings, I don't think it's practical to take those it'll be expensive to take the solar panels off and put them back again. I mean, it can be done. It'll save you some cost, but it's not a practical thing to do.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions from the board?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, real quick, where's the Wild Oak neighborhood? Where's that at?
Adam, do you know?
Huh? Well, that's why I'm bringing it up. I'll be honest. Absolutely. I'm not going to shy away from it. And why were these areas picked?
Regarding the streetlights, those are a few of the CSAs have county-owned streetlights, so we're able to upgrade those. The rest of them are all PG&E.
So the CSAs will pay for these?
No, well, it depends on the assessment of each one. I'm not familiar with those two CSAs as far as whether they're paying for the electricity, or we are. But because they're still county-owned, publicly owned lights, they're available to be upgraded through this project.
They're still publicly owned light, but yet they're in CSA areas?
Yeah, PG&E came through and did theirs a couple of years ago that affected the rest of the CSAs that have streetlights, because those were still PG&E poles. For whatever reason, when these CSAs were built, they were ours.
How about areas that the county owns that needs lights?
I'm sorry?
How about areas where the county still owns that needs lights?
We'll be happy to look at those. We a lot of times we do that. There is solar lighting. If you don't have the electrical infrastructure there, we can put a pole up and have a solar panel and an LED light that goes with it. So that's something that definitely we've done before and can be done. Or if you have the electrical infrastructure, we definitely all the time put poles up and install these lights.
Yeah, I just have quite a few roads that are county
Sure,
city
we'll be
roads.
happy to look at that.
It's dark at nighttime, and it's a safety issue for the folks that live in these neighborhoods.
I just did a tour this week, actually, last week, another neighborhood in another Central Valley city, and it was all to install solar lighting in some of their really dark parts of the town.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
We can discuss that later. Thank you very
Sure,
much.
thank you.
And I have neighborhoods that don't want lights.
Want to trade?
Anyway, all right, I'll open up the public hearing. Anybody from the public would like comment on this project?
I do have a flash drive, but I don't think we need it.
Seeing none, I'll close the public hearing and bring it back to the board.
Make a motion to approve resolution number 2018-14.
47.
47, sorry.
47?
I don't know where 14 came from.
Okay. You second it? Okay, great. Second by Supervisor Rivas. All those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed? Hearing none. We'll move on to our regular agenda. I'm going to move item 43 up to be heard first. And like I said, we're going to go to closed session no later than 11:15, no matter where we stand on this. CEO?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, so I'd like to invite up our management analyst, Dulce Alonso. She's going to go ahead and present this particular item to your board. Again, this is in reference to cannabis. Again, we've been working internally with our offices, auditor's office, and administration to look at, and as well as RMA and county council and other offices to move forward with this. Obviously, this was on a measure, and one of the things with regards to the amount of staffing that we have, we've realized that in order to expedite this or move this forward, we needed to get some outside assistance. So, with that, I'd like to go ahead and just have Dulce go ahead and highlight this and open this up, and then we have, I think we have some staff on hand for this particular item.
Supervisor Rivas.
Hey, do we have a hard copy of the presentation?
I can get those for you. I can get those for you.
Okay.
I don't have them printed out.
So it's that for me.
Maybe
me 1 second. For some reason.
You know what? We'll take a
Yeah, take a
quick
5-minute break.
5-minute break. It's
Get
a
those
work
papers.
for me too. Thank you.
Yeah.
Is Ray in the room? Well,
What's up, young man?
oh, I'm sore from playing pickleball.
You play pickleball?
Yeah. Oh my God. It was just, that's a great sport. But I like golf a lot better. I couldn't make it. I'd have to read this year.
I figured I'd hear from you. I went out there, there's nobody out there.
Oh, it was perfect too. Probably too hot.
It wasn't too bad.
Oh, was it?
Nice little breeze. It wasn't too hot.
Yeah. Yeah, well,
We're going to go on Thursday, right?
yes, we're going Thursday for sure. I have a couple of meetings.
You do what time?
I'm at 12 o'clock.
Okay.
And then I take off right from San Juan. You want to join us?
Yeah, I'm going to go with you guys. So,
Okay.
I'll just meet you at San Juan, wherever you're at.
Okay.
And then we'll
All
just go
right.
together.
Okay. Okay, we're trying to get going here so we could maybe get through this item, hopefully by 11:15. It'd be a shame if we don't. But, so are we ready to? That's okay.
Thank you, Janet.
Oh.
So let me start all over. On November of 2016, Proposition 64 was passed by 57% of Californian voters to legalize recreational marijuana. On June 5th of 2018, Measure C was passed by San Benito voters in the unincorporated area to pass the tax ordinance onto tax on cannabis producers. So the county administration has actually contracted with HDL to help the staff facilitate the implementation and planning process with direction from the board. Here today I have David McPherson. He has over 7 years of experience working with cannabis regulatory programs. He's one of the state's most recognized experts in cannabis regulatory policy, implementation, and tax policies. David provides support on cannabis-related matters to the League of Cities, the Police Chief Association, rural county representatives, the California State Association of Counties, and in addition, he collaborates with the Department of Consumer Affairs, Department of Foods and Agriculture, Department of Health and Services, the Board of Equalization, and he has helped on implementation of best practices for regulating cannabis industry for local agencies. So here's David. Thank you.
Thank you, Dulcie. Board Chair, members of the board, thank you for having me here today. As indicated, we were just trying to assist the county where we can on here. We've assisted a lot of counties on this implementation, and we're glad to try to provide you some guidance with that. Just briefly kind of talk about, again, we have staff that are former board supervisors from Humboldt, regulators from Nevada, Colorado, and California, and I happen to be fortunate to be the first person in the country to tax and regulate the industry when I was in Oakland, so lots of experience based on here. So agenda today is really kind of frame things a little for you, for some guidelines, direct you to assist staff on what the next steps would be and to move this along. You've had a lot of discussion in the past where every 6 months it seems like we're shifting in a place and time, and so I think where you are today with your waiting for your tax measure to pass, where we are in the regulations, especially with the state regulations just coming out, kind of helps us frame things a little without jumping around back and forth. So this will be what we're going to cover here. So the first thing I want to share with you really is today is to shape some basic questions that we need to talk to you about that we mentioned on there, not to go into the detail that would be typical land use things regarding time, place, and manner, which is, we're not going to talk about odor mitigation, security, what time people will be open, what's going to be required. The goal would be to come back with based on the direction you gave us on the things we're going to go through, and then frame that, and then have this conversation in more detail that I think is a policy-driven discussion. So as we go through the conversation on the breakdown of the land use, at the end, this is what the question we want to get direction from is what type of activities you want to move forward with, and you know what you don't want to move forward with, so that as we frame that from a land use and from a regulatory standpoint, we can have that discussion. So I'll bring this slide back up when we get to the end as well. Then part of that, as we go through the different zoning checklist, is how much activity you want from that, you know, the allowance elements of it by the numbers, and then, you know, from where you are currently at a total ban or limitations to all the way to what you want to allow as a total framework. So here's where we really want to focus on today, and that is, where are we going to want to district them? We focused on the 4 working with staff, or these are the ones that, unless you have another area you want to pop in there, we're trying to frame the discussion to get some guidance from you to come back with the ordinance. Here's the areas. Obviously, the land use that is the way it's color-coded for the zones. You know this better than I do regarding where things are, concerns, sensitivities, issues that we are going to discuss as we ask for some direction on this. And we can bring this back up as well as the other map, which shows the back corner of the county. So out of the 4 categories, here's the first one that we'd like some guidance from you, is the agriculture productive. We put some bullet points on there to ask some questions from you. You know, cultivation, assuming that's what you're going to allow potentially in the ag productive. And do you want that to be outdoor only? Do you want it to be mixed light, which is basically your greenhouses or similar to that? Or do you want to allow indoor there, or all uses in there? So when we get to that, we'd like to get some direction on that. Should there be a minimal property size requirements in this zone to cultivate cannabis due to concerns regarding you know, the things that we talk about with the time, place, and manner issues? Do you create an overlay for properties near residential homes? We know that in the past there's been sensitivity regarding, in this zone, regarding areas where there's homes close to the odor issues concerning that. So where there be some discussion to come back with some overlay maps to address some of the concerns related to the residential homes that are on these types of land uses. Should there be a limit on the number of permits or square footage in the zone? There's concerns about the use of that the agriculture productive land, and so do you want to be mindful of the concerns regarding the other usage there for other crops that are currently being there, or concerns that may be in there? So we need to address that as well. And then if there are other issues that you want to direct us, the consultant and staff, to kind of be mindful of as we put that ordinance or draft together for you. The second category of land use will be the ag rangeland. Again, cultivation only in this zone, or would you allow something else in there? But typically this has been the discussion for you. So that would be, you know, what type of cultivation? Again, outdoor, mixed light, indoor, or all uses associated with that, knowing that some of that's going to have other factors regarding building structures, code-related issues, and usage of water. Should there be established a minimum property size or square footage of cultivation in the size? Since the state permits allow acre for a type, what we call a type 3 permit, potentially there could be allowed bigger than that in a couple of years for a type 5 permit, or is there concern of having too much production on one land? Or do you allow, for example, one permit for every 25 acres, because someone can have multiple permits on a bigger, say 100 acres of land, where they may want to do 2 or 3 permits or 4 permits. Where do you limit one permit for every ratio of acreage associated with that? So one person could actually have multiple permits on a bigger acre of land, as the example I just provided you. Does the county want to limit should the property demonstrate adequate water sources? I know there's concern regarding the water usage and where that water is coming to. Keep in mind that at the state level, there's a requirement part of the state process that's going to have to demonstrate that as well. So where you may have concern of the detail, the state's going to kind of take control of that process regarding that requirement, but I guess just the total use of the water land or the water usage is going to be critical to you as well. And then again, what other issues should staff be consider in addressing in this zone as we put forth a draft for you? Commercial districts, typically it is for manufacturing and other activities, non-cultivation, but that's also something that can be done here, and typically indoor grow is a different option. So should the cannabis, one thing that we're not clear on, and just either to have or not have, is the discussion of retail. Should cannabis retail establishments be allowed in this zone or even in the unincorporated area of the county, knowing that Hollister does have there too? Do you want to set a cap on the number of retailers if you even have a desire to direct staff to include that? And then, as I mentioned to you, indoor cultivation, there are those that still have an interest to it. There's opportunity for that as well, that if you had that. And do you want to set a cap on the number of cultivation in the zone, result of, trying not to limit other uses for the commercial property by having too much on there? And same with the commercial district. Should manufacturing business be allowed in this zone, which is unique depending on the types of it? And then last, again, do you want to set a cap on the number of manufacturers that can be in this zone, of course, because of the limit of the commercial district? And the last district to look at, the manufacturing districts, again, do you want to narrow if you do allow or desire to have retail? Do you want to even consider it to move into a manufacturing district and not getting in the commercial district? And then do you allow indoor cultivation in the manufacturing district, or do you limit it to the manufacturing? And do you set the caps of cultivation in this, as well as should their zone be limited to the manufacturing requirements? And do you set a cap on the number of manufacturing in this operation as well? So total numbers coming through the whole process that we would like some guidance on. Then the question comes up of, so then once we agree to how we're going to about it, what would be the process take? I mean, what would the process to go through this process? Depending on the numbers, if you limit it on a number versus land use versus just general requirements. If you did limit it to numbers, then then how would you come up with that conclusion? First come, first serve is one option, not necessarily the best, because it doesn't mean you get the best actors that may come into the county. Do you do a lottery process of if you do limit the numbers? Or do you do a merit-based process where you vet it to a certain degree of quality insurance, which is equivalent to what the state requirements to do, so you're addressing the quality at the front end on the back end and having to deal with issues? Or a combination, which is typically is you go through a merit-based process to a certain degree of quality insurance, and then you go through a CUP. So you award the permit through the merit process, then they still have to go through the CUP process, so it's tied to the land based on the zoning requirements that you just saw there. What would be in an application criteria process? This is just a checklist of things that we will make sure that in the ordinance that's drafted, it'll address all those concerns that typically address what we call the 4 core value issues, which is public safety, land use, environmental, and access to youth concerns. And so no matter what permit types you do, we'll make sure those 4 core values are reflected in this criteria that would be in the regulatory process of an ordinance that we would provide and share with you. And as you know, in June you passed your tax measure, and so the question is then what does that entail of opportunity for us? And it could address some of the concerns of the county in talking to staff, but also what are some of the other fees that come associated with this? So an initial application fee will be developed for that, non-CUP. When we talk about the regulatory side, we would do a cost fit gap analysis, analyze what that fee would be in order to get the applicants through the door. Once you award it to them, if you did it through those other processes, then they would move to the CUP process, which already has their costs associated with any CUP for any type of business. The annual regulatory fee will be that oversight, concerns of accountability, compliance, and control. There will be a fee associated with developing that so that you have a cannabis management program for the oversight of every department or agency and people involved for oversight and regulating the business on an annual basis. And then what kind of taxes would you generate as a result of the tax ordinance that just passed? So what I'm about to provide you is not a recommendation or a consideration. It's just more for give you some illustrative issues, but also recognizing in the past of where you've been with some of the industry that's kind of native to you. And so we've broken down some scenarios here for you. What we did is kind of took a little of on the very conservative numbers, made even consideration of the modifying to be competitive with some of the other counties that have reflectively brought rates down. Even though you have a range in your tax measure, you always have the ability to move it up and down when the time comes. But we took very conservative numbers compatible to your neighbors for competitive purposes to make sure that you're in a tax rate as a starting point with these numbers, but also to make sure that they're sustainable for the business industry. With that said, the conservative estimate there is reflective of a combination of 15 outdoor grows, 10 mixed light grows, and 5 indoor grows. And then respectively on the aggressive end, we went as high as 25 outdoor grows, 25 mixed light grows, and 10 cultivation. And then very conservative with 1 to 3 and some of the other activities, and very limited to the number of activities. For example, testing lab, as there's only 1 or 2 in Monterey County, we would assume you wouldn't get 1 or 2 anyway, so we took that in consideration. But also very consideration that you may or may not even permit retail, so we kept the retail amount to not to exceed 2 retailers with a very, very, very conservative figure based on the population of the county and the fact that Hollister is in there. So that's how we came up with the types of business just for the fiscal illustration here. And again, it's not reflective of a direction or a recommendation of what you want to do, but we were asked to provide you a number with that. So at this time, I'd like to move it back to our discussion of here, to here, and maybe at this time we can pass it back to the county administrator to direct question to ask this question so we can get provided some direction from you. But I'd be more than happy to answer questions as well.
Mr. Chair, so if I may, so again, we've gone through this, we've discussed this. There's still a process. We still need to, get direction from you, package something, work with RMA, and then bring it back for land use, through the Planning Commission, and then back again. So there's a process that we need to follow. But we wanted to get some input from you, the board, before we go down this route, go through the process, and then come back to you. We didn't want to have to go back and redo this again later. So we wanted to get some direction from you. So wanted to pass this back to you.
Supervisor De La Cruz.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. That's why you're a good chairman. Ray, don't we have something in place already from RMA? Don't we have a template? Didn't we spend hours in the community and the board talking about it?
Yeah, we do have a template. We do have more or less where your board wants to go. But you, again, as you recall, we did not move forward with that. We put a hold on moving forward.
Well, we put a hold because we were still on shaky ground to see how the public felt.
Right, and so now you know.
We got a clear signal from the public.
That's right.
And there might be a 45, 42% of the public say otherwise, but we got a clear message from the public.
So the question stands, Mr. Chair and Supervisor Jaime De La Cruz, is, so with that being said, you've heard from the public. They do want, they're willing to move forward with taxing. Do we have outside grow, a full outside grow, and tax them? And I think that's kind of where we need to go with. We need to understand what exactly do you want? Do you want to have it enclosed grows?
All right.
Do you want to have outdoor grow? Do you want to have it in South County? Do you want to have it only in North County? I mean, these are things kind of just to give us a framework, I think, is kind of in retail. I think your board's already discussed this, and give us kind of some guidelines, and then we can go back and work with the team and develop it and work with HDL, and then.
I have an idea how we should approach this, but
It's not going to happen today.
I understand that, Mr. Stewart. I got two more questions if I still have the floor. And my next question, my second and my third questions, is those numbers that you put up, dollar-wise, because I know for a fact that Monterey is backpedaling real fast. And I want to make sure we don't do that. And I actually have to commend Supervisor Medina with a smart idea, a visionary idea of saying, okay, we need to put a range when we're talking about the ballot, how to describe the ballot. And I think his good thinking is going to pay off dividends in the future for San Benito County, because I definitely do not want to become like Monterey, which they taxed high, and now they're backpedaling to start dropping the tax rate. I don't want to go in that direction. I prefer to go somewhere low and then move up. That's what I want to see. And the third part that I have, Mr. Chair, I totally agree with you. We got to talk about, do you want outdoor, do you want indoor, some of these other things. But we have a work in progress template right now. And if we can get all these other things in place, we can get something. I'm not expecting for us to approve something today, tomorrow, next month. I agree. I just don't want to start writing checks to them, having public input and frustration, and then us going into meetings knowing that at the end of the day, it's going to be shelf or nothing's going to happen. I'm tired of going that direction. We do that too many times. I think we need to, the voters, 218, 64, and a bunch of other things in the state of California, we got to move on it. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor Medina.
There's a couple of things. The first one, when we had our work-in process for a ordinance, it was based upon all indoor growth, no outdoor. There was no type of retail. There was limits on where you can actually house the greenhouses. That's where we probably have to really concentrate on the most. It needs to be away from residential. When you look at the greenhouses have to be up to specifications that we will set. They have to have some type of a air filtration system. They need to be attached to the ground. We don't want them to blow away like some other places that we've seen in the past. And that's what I recall from that part of the working process. And once again, I will talk about the placement of the greenhouses, and they need to be away from residentials, or residential zones, or residential houses. The last thing I want to bring up, if you can bring up the second to the last page, you had a conservative estimate of $2,087,000 up to $4,130,000 with 37 businesses. What is that based on? Is it based upon, because if I look at, if we're basing this on $12 per square per acre, what are you basing it on?
So, for example, in the outdoor grow permit one is as you said, your tax measure has a range, and as I noted too, reflective of the current Monterey trend or just statewide trends that we're seeing due to saturation, is the rates you had in there at the initial rate was $3, although you have the authority to bring it down.
Yeah, but on this one here, you have 37 businesses, and you have a $2,087,600. Yes. What is that based on?
So that is based on a square footage of 1 acre for outdoor at the minimum $1.50 per square foot.
So
even though your ordinance currently says $3 a square foot, but you do have authority to bring it down. So I was trying to provide you. The maximum of the aggressive estimate is at $3 a square foot. So it's not anything. It's even below your initial rate because these are prevailing rates that we provided you in figures because we wanted to be realistic. Even though your
Exactly.
ballot measure has a 3, you have the ability and the authority to bring it down to be the prevailing rates, which is why I wanted to demonstrate here the rates are very, very conservative on that low end. The mixed light is at $3, $4, $5, so the very conservative is at 3 because that's what your tax measure says, and as high for the aggressive at $5 for mixed light. And the indoor was reflective of $3 per square foot with a maximum of 8, so it's $3, $5, and $8 per square foot, which is what your tax measure, again, vary on the bottom end of your tax measure rates in your initial rate. And the other ones are consistent like that as well, 2.5%, 4%, 5%, and then like testing labs at 0.5%, 1%, 1.5%, and then manufacturing reflective of that as well in the category that you had at 2.5 to 3 and 4%. So not even close, again, all on the bottom end of your initial rates or even below your initial rates based on what we know the prevailing rate will be for the industry.
Thank you.
Okay, what I really want to do is give the public a little bit of opportunity because at 11:15 we're going to close session and then we're continuing to decide them when we come back out of it, I hope by 1. So I'm going to open it up for public comment. Ms. Clerk, do you have anybody?
First speaker is Michael Carraggio.
Okay. And I'm going to be very strict on the 3 minutes, so please keep your comments 3.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman, Board of Supervisors. I'm Michael Carraggio. I've been in plant science, CBD, research. I feel I'm one of the best on the planet in this industry for CBD, CBG, THC. I started a breeding program in 2007, R&D research, working with universities. I've been almost competing with Israel. I've been talking with them. They're the best, bar none, in research in cannabis. I've developed 2 strains, which in 2014, the lab results came in, and the lab called me and said, you need to get down here. We have some amazing numbers. They couldn't believe it. They want me to start competing and get my name out there, but I'm not about being famous. I'm about getting the correct medical to the people. Mine's been used in seizures, Parkinson's. Hemp doesn't even come close to what mine does. Now that California has eliminated industrial hemp in the state, my 2 strains, Santa Cruz Tsunami CBD, and now Clone 62, which is a sativa strain that sativas are famous for not producing that much oil. So I realized that in 2015, started working on a couple of crossbreeds, and ended up coming out with a new strain called Clone 62, based just so I didn't let all of my competitors know what I was doing in my research. That produced 38% more oil, growing the same methods. I do beta testing on soils, everything. So it's all about plant science. It's about the microorganisms in the soil. We were pushed indoors because it was an illegal activity. But my research and my testing, I have tons of testing and data to prove it. I've worked with many universities and many labs, and the results from the plants growing in the outdoor, I've used soil amendments that date back to 10,000 years ago with Himalayan sea salt, green sand, everything you can think of, African night crawlers, everything to make the soil alive, because all the action for the plants, you eat broccoli, everything that you buy in the stores that's not organic, it's just a plant like a tomato. It's just red. But what's in it? But what I'm doing is I'm growing a plant that is just an amazing plant. It produces amazing results. And I have an opportunity to join forces with a property owner, Adam Jones, out on San Juan Canyon Road. We have 40 acres. It's no neighbors. I want to build the highest tech facility, like a NASA facility. I've had 5 or 6 countries come to my house, wine and dine me at my private location. I have a Canadian company that wants me. So,
Thank you.
I've given Anthony our business plan and all my research.
Yeah, I'll share it with my colleagues.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Tim McCord?
Good morning, Supervisors. Tim McCord from North County. Here we go again. We're going around in a circle. We got this passed through the county where they're going to agree to tax the cannabis. It was kind of a backdoor situation as far as I'm concerned to pass because we had banned the cannabis from growing. We had an experiment which you guys tried in this county. I feel it was a complete failure. We're running our county, and we keep looking at this. We've got to look at our health and our welfare of our people in this county. We've got a lot of new growth. We've got a lot of good people coming into this county. We've got a lot of young kids coming up. We're talking about building new schools and everything else in this county. We have to take a hard look at our agricultural land and what it's used for. We do not need, in my view, marijuana to live. We need agriculture. We have to have fruit. We have to have vegetables. We have to have good quality water. We have groundwater issues. We have runoff on our ground that's an issue. I pay big bucks and I have to be monitored. I have to monitor my runoff. I pay into that. I have to monitor my well. I have to do tests on it. I just have to put out $300 for a water test, for water quality on my own well so that they can monitor it through the state. And this is a continual thing. If you look at this, then the county is going to have to start really taking a hard look and looking on how things are used and how we have the aftermath of what we have. We lived out in North County with that marijuana smell when we did this so-called experiment, as I call it. I had headaches continual. I had that smell continual, night and day. I'm in the wind that comes from the north and comes to my property on a hill. And I'll tell you, it is pretty sickening. I would have rather had a manure factory downwind than to have that marijuana smell continual. So you need to really take a hard look at this thing on how it's handled and where it's handled. And property lines are very critical. We cannot talk about a few hundred feet because we're talking over a half a mile away that I had to do because you're talking about wind and how the air is moved and everything else. Thank you.
Thank you.
Marley Smith?
Honorable Supervisors, my name is Marley Smith with Pinnacle Strategy here in Hollister. I'm speaking today in support of HDL taking the cannabis management contract for the County of San Benito. After all the work that has gone into the passage of Measure C, we need to have responsible and a repeatable management to ensure the successful implementation that is beneficial for the county and its residents. HDL is well known across the state of California for successful management of contracts, which is why 48 counties, over 300 cities have entrusted them for various purposes concerning program management and economic data analysis. HDL has also conducted 11,000 inspections and investigations for cannabis compliance. Due to the size and capacity of the county, getting an outside consultant is the correct response. Poor management of a lucrative business would be a missed opportunity with a contract that pays for itself. Thank you for your time, Supervisors.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Sean Callie.
Good morning, Honorable Supervisors. Sean Callie-Rye, Silicon Valley Cannabis Alliance. I would ask you to approve the contract with HDL companies. I've had the opportunity to work with them in several municipalities. Unfortunately, some of my clients have not been successful. But the one thing that I can say about them is that the process was fair, that it was orderly, that it was organized, that there was no favoritism in the process, and everybody had a fair shot to make their case, apply for an application, get a fair scoring system, and move through the process objectively, which is all that you can really ask. They didn't pass because they either had problems with background checks or they had not scored well or forgot to submit something with an application, which that always lies with the applicant. There's really nothing that can be done about that. From the industry perspective, I was glad to see and one of the knocks on HDL from an industry perspective has always been that they kind of go on the higher range of taxes. So I was glad to see that they actually came up with some pretty conservative taxes. In Monterey, they had started out higher, but that was also an experiment. Monterey was one of the first places that actually had forayed into cannabis cultivation, and so what happened there was expected. Finally, I'd like to encourage the Board of Supervisors, and I know you will, keep it away from housing. I agree with the community folks that you don't want it near housing, but don't forget who you are. You're not a retail area. You are an agricultural community, and this is agriculture. This is the newest phase of agriculture. You don't have to like it, but the voters did vote for it, and it's not a win or loss or a zero-sum game. Strawberries and vegetables and cannabis and everything else that is going to come from then and now can all coexist. One doesn't have to be here, and the others have to be excluded. So I would say that as long as you do it through the land use process, look at the recommendations that HDL will make, then I think that you can come up with a policy that works for everybody. The only other thing I would say is you don't want to put this indoors. Mixed light makes sense, which is greenhouses. Putting it inside buildings, it only went to buildings because they were trying to evade police. That's really how cannabis became an indoor grow event, is because to keep it out of the sight of helicopters or anybody else that was growing from police officers. So let's not go back there. It belongs in mixed light. Let's have that conversation, and perhaps outdoor, but not buildings. Buildings don't make sense, and the energy costs are much too high. So thank you for your time. The only other thing I would say is that let's not forget that parenting is the number one thing that's going to keep kids away from drugs. It's not the responsibility of the government. I parented my child, and that's why he's not on drugs, and that should be the responsibility of the church and not the government.
Thank you.
And the parents.
Aaron Johnson?
Good morning, Chair, members of the board. Aaron Johnson on behalf of hopefully a number of applicants that would go through a regulated cannabis system here in San Benito County. I want to echo the comments made by Sean and Marley as well. So I don't want to duplicate. Now I'd like to save your time to get to sounds like more important matters. But I do want to say that I also, I really do support HDL's process, and they mentioned a couple of areas and ways to do it, the first come, first serve, et cetera. I would strongly recommend that you do the merit-based with CUP process. Merit-based makes sure that people are applying, they have standards. When they bring those standards before you, you check to see against others how high each applicant is scoring and what they will adhere to as operators. And if they don't adhere to those, then they don't get permit renewals later in the process. Also, coupled with a CUP process, it's really important. And again, in echoing Sean's comments, the public, we may not see eye to eye on whether or not cannabis should be allowed to be grown in this county, but we do agree that it doesn't belong in certain areas. And the CUP process allows people to be notified of a public hearing, that it might be in their neighborhood, and that if they need to or want to, they need to show up and explain why they shouldn't have cannabis in their particular neighborhood, if they're sensitive to the smell, those kind of issues. Just because you get through the first hurdle, which is the the merit-based application, your background, et cetera. The second phase is this the right place to do it? And give the public the opportunity to show up and respond. And they're not guaranteed a permit in that process. Like Sean, I have had a couple of clients that haven't made it through this process. And, it's been fair. And so I would recommend that you follow the direction that you're going. Take what you've done before, but I would be open to HDL's process. They've done it all over California, and they have shown to be fair and very, very professional in their approach to this. Lastly, I'd like to say that I do support outdoor grows. I hope that we at least start off with a number, if nothing else, if it's 10 or 25. And I support the notion of having multi-licenses on one, but based on the acreage, and making sure that you've got an adequate buffer to neighbors. And so please continue with where you're headed, and thank you very much.
Okay. I'm going to have one more speaker, and then we're go into closed session.
I have no other speaker card.
No other speakers? That's how convenient is that? Okay, we do have one more speaker, and then we're going to close session, and then we're come back. You think County Council by 1:15 we could get cleared with most? We'll come back at 1:15 to continue this item for some more discussion.
Hi, I'm Jack Kirk, as you know, and I appreciate everybody's concern about this. I just want to point out that obviously we were involved in the No on C movement, and it wasn't passed overwhelmingly in many of the districts. For example, District 1, it's only 185 votes. So people are concerned about their homes, about having it close to their homes, and I appreciate Mr. Medina's comments that he doesn't want it near homes, and I appreciate you nodding too, Anthony, and that's what we're concerned about. We're to protect our residences, and that there's still neighbors that are very concerned that the allowing cultivation facilities near the rural homes, especially in North County area, putting on small acreages. I think you're going to have conflicts between neighbors. I think you'll have law enforcement issues just between neighbors. If there's smells and there's things, I think people are going to get frustrated. So I think even the community here, the pro-marijuana community has expressed the need to keep it away from the counties. I know you guys are looking at revenue. I know the county needs revenue. I understand that. But most of the counties are seeing the costs exceed still their income. And you see that in the city of Hollister. They still haven't made money, but they put a lot of money out with a detective, a police person, and a cannabis lady. They're still they're still in the hole. So you guys, if you're looking at this as a quick revenue source, I don't think it's there. It seems like this HDL company, I went back and looked at the notes that you posted, and it seems like they're a reasonable company. It's nice to see you guys reach out to use a company like this rather than a conflicted ex-political person who was in our community. That had his own conflicts with marijuana. So I appreciate the fact that you're now using someone other than that person. And thank you. And I appreciate that you would encourage, staying away from the homes. Indoor growths, as Mark mentioned, contained for the smells, and that's what we'd encourage. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I just want to state that I think it's really important that we brought some outside help with experience working with other counties and cities. I think we have a good ordinance be put in place that will protect property, neighboring properties. That's as important to us as any source of revenue, probably more important. So that's be the task. And we're going to continue this discussion after lunch at 1:15. We'll try to come back. And I apologize of the scheduling. So County Council, would you like to report out what we're here in closed session?
Yes, the board will now move into closed session for conference with labor. Conference with labor negotiators pursuant to Government Code Section 54957.6. Also be hearing a matter with regard to existing litigation in the matter of Hollister School District versus County of San Benito. San Benito County case, Superior Court case number CU-17-00085, pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9. It's also a conference with legal counsel on existing litigation. It's the County of San Benito versus Richard Scagliotti, Superior Court case number CU-16-0007.
We all say that.
Pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9. It's conference with real property negotiator. Property is 3239 Southside Road in Hollister, California. Pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.8. It's also conference with legal counsel on anticipated litigation, 3 matters. Pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9, Subdivision D, subsection 2(1). There's also existing litigation update in the matter of Kane County, Utah versus U.S. Court of Federal Claims, case number 17-739C and 17-1991C, pursuant to Government Code Section 54957. And also a closed session item pursuant to Section 54956.95, one liability claim. Name of claimant is Karina De Leon. I don't see the public employee. And also a public employee performance evaluation of county council. Oh, yeah. I'm sorry. Pursuant to Government Code Section 54957. Thank you.
Okay. Does anyone from the public like to pull any items from closed session? Seeing none, we're adjourned to closed session. Thank you. Irma, can we put the reporting out in a can to do after the meeting? Or is that okay with you? All right, thanks.
Because we still haven't finished closed session.
Right. That's right. We still have more.
It's at 5 o'clock today? Easy.
Yeah. Okay. We'll do the reporting out after we conclude closed session. We still have a few more items, so we won't bore you with all of that. And we're going to continue item 43 that we had stopped at before we went into closed session. And I believe I concluded the
Yes.
public
Correct.
comments. No, I didn't.
Yes, you did, Mr. Chair.
I have one more.
There's
But that's
more.
after you close the
Yeah,
session, right?
Well, I'm going to allow the public to comment, that's for sure. We're going to do that. And I was waiting for Supervisor Rivas to come back. And then you'd have benefit of 4 supervisors instead of 3. Where did he go? Okay.
I think he's the captain.
Yeah. Well, I guess we better get started because we got a lot of stuff going. So, Madam Clerk, you have somebody that you'd like to call?
Yes, Elias Salinas?
Good afternoon, Chairman and board members. My name is Elia Salinas. I'm a San Bernardino County resident, and I guess I have more questions than I have for you. Is that I feel like I'm the only one that's questioning, or did I miss the board actually directing staff to communicate with HDL or anybody out there? I mean, did I miss an agendized item where the board actually approved for one specific company, this HDL, to come and present to the board? I think there's been some steps mistaken, or is this an administrative move by the county to go ahead and just directly contact HDL and do some type of a contract? There's no money, there's no issues of how long this contract is, how much is the contract for? So I'm really confused why we're here listening to a report from this company when I don't know if other companies, consulting companies, have been contacted. There are other companies out there, and I'm just curious why we end up with this one. I tend to come to a lot of the board meetings, and I must have missed something. So just to I don't think we're making a decision on whether outdoor or non-outdoor, greenhouse, indoor, whatever, but being good neighbors, the cannabis industry here, we did try to be good neighbors, and there were some neighbors that were completely upset about the odor, and I think that doing outdoors is not a great situation in near residential or in the North County, but if you're going to be doing outdoor, which has never even ever been placed as a question, it was always my understanding that we're not going to do outdoor. So if you're considering outdoor, I think outdoor should be done in South County. If you're going to be greenhouses, obviously they can be expensive, but they are obviously better than doing indoor. If you're thinking about the going green. Also, just to clarify that, last week I actually spoke with the chair of the Ag Commission, and I was assured that hemp has not been eliminated, and I don't know, there was a person here earlier this morning saying about hemp being eliminated in the state of California, which is not true. So I wanted to make sure that you guys got that information. And again, my biggest concern, obviously, is not going through a first come, first served basis. There's a City of Hollister, our neighbors have already gone through this experience, and they have a great merit system. They got a vetting process system. I believe that we in the county, we have staff that are competent enough to complete the ordinance that has already been placed, and we put some money out. The county, I'm a county resident. I'm not from the outside, so I'm not an outside consultant. This is my county and this is my home. And I find it, okay.
Thank you.
Steve Becerra?
Good afternoon. First of all, I'd like to, it's very refreshing for me and for many people in my citizen group that we're following this, both with the city and the county, that you decided to go with HDL. They have a stellar work history. They've worked successfully with many counties and cities all across California, even some of our nearby neighbors. So it's a good move. I think it's a positive move for the county. Does it cost money? Yes, of course it costs money. But in this particular case, you've hired a consultant that only has one master, and that's you. You know, we don't want to repeat our issue we had last year with our local consultant who had to resign for a conflict of interest. So it's very positive that you're taking those steps. And I encourage you to continue along with your commitment to HDL. And I do hope that at some point during the process that you encourage HDL staff and even all of you to maybe meet with your local constituents in an informal meeting, 2 at a time or 1 at a time or whatever with HDL, so you could hear some of the concerns about this commercial marijuana issue. And we know what it is. Primarily, it's odor and cultivation near commercial cultivation near rural residential homes. That's been the issue. The one other thing I'd like to hear from all of you is in what direction, I've heard, we all know Prop C, Measure C passed. It was not a referendum saying that we all in the county and the city want commercial marijuana operations of all kinds, but you have covered all the different areas, cultivation, manufacturing, et cetera. I don't recall us having conversations in the last couple of years about anything other than cultivation. So I'm interested to see what your thoughts are about your direction for these other commercial marijuana operations in the county. And I think that's it. And again, I just applaud you guys for reaching out to HDL. I think they're going to do a fine job, and I think you'll find their work product's going to be productive, and it's going to help you maintain a level of quality of life for your constituents in this county. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you. Any other speak? Okay. Anybody else would like to address the board? Seeing none, I'm going to bring it back to the board and close the public comment. And, one of the things that is very clear to all of us up here is that we're not going to get an ordinance done unless we hire an outside consulting firm to do so. And as chairman of the board, where we're at with HDL, I suggested that we look into this firm or other firms that could help us complete. Oops, okay, I'm done. Help us complete the ordinance. As it turns out, stated by a couple of public speakers, HDL does work for jurisdictions, cities and counties, and they have a lot of experience. I think they have probably ran into some of the issues that were brought up by the public that other counties probably have and have dealt with this. And we're not going to be able to process applications in our planning department unless we have some more help. And having this outside, this experienced firm assisting our RMA department in this endeavor is be able to competently review the applications the way they should be reviewed and get the information that we need to move forward. But first and foremost is to develop a growing ordinance. And we have a pretty good foundation, some questions that have been answered, and perhaps we need to review review where we were before, and that's where I think the board has to have that discussion right now as far as what the process we'd like to see going forward to finalize and answer some of those questions that's on the board right there. And there's two ways of doing it. One is maybe workshop format to get the general questions, or have a committee formed and to work with staff and a consulting firm. Ray, Mr. Espinosa,
yeah,
I'm sorry.
No problem. Mr. Chair, so one of the reasons why administration, felt fit to bring this is obviously the board directed this to move forward. We need to complete the ordinance. The concern that administration has or staff has is, depending on what direction your board decides to go, whether we have 2 grows or 3 grows, is that enough? Are we going to generate enough revenue to have staff on hand, or how are we going to handle that from a revenue perspective and a cost perspective? And those are the questions that administration is concerned about, and why we've been in communication with HDLs just to really understand it. And that's why there was some examples there. If you can share those examples one more time and what the number was, if you don't mind. Right there, and on the conservative, so can you elaborate a little bit further on the businesses and how many businesses and what that equates to, if you don't mind?
Yes, Mr. Espinosa. So to break down on the 37 scenario, that was with an assumption of 15 outdoor grows, 10 mixed light grows, 5 indoor grows, 1 micro business, and 1 retailer, with the appropriate prevailing rates that we provided you earlier of very low. In fact, some of these, again, are at either your minimum initial rates or below your initial rates to reflect the current trends of what the gross receipts or square footage would be on that. And it's all respectively on the others as well.
And that's a conservative.
Very conservative.
And so that's the reason why we're bringing this to your board is that the direction? Is that how many businesses you want in our county? And that's a conservative number. So can we sustain that operationally is another point that we have to really look at. And so I think just, I wanted to make sure the board was aware of the fiscal analysis when you decide to go in whatever direction your board goes in, that we can be sustainable. And I think there were some comments from the public that discussed that, we're not, some counties or some jurisdictions are not being able to meet, the operational cost based on the amount of revenue that they're receiving. So those are big. That's probably the most important thing that I wanted to disseminate to the board to really think about. Obviously, there's a lot to this, and there's a lot more to scrutinize and analyze to come up with some real clear costs. But at this point, I think I just wanted you to kind of digest over that number.
Just real quickly, sir. Just I put together a little spreadsheet, and I'm looking at, let's just say we had 37 applicants or 37 people that were growing, and the average was just 1 acre. That's what they were growing on. That's it. At $1.50, is that what you used for just indoor greenhouse growing?
Just for outdoor. Outdoor was so. The state law, a Type 3 permits is up to 1 acre. So we took that square footage.
Okay, so if I wanted to use for square footage, if it was indoor in a greenhouse?
So indoor for a greenhouse, which is considered mixed light or indoor, the maximum for the next couple years is 22,000 square feet.
22,000 square feet.
22,000 square feet.
That's half an acre, right?
A little less.
Yes,
close
okay.
To, yeah.
So then and you said per square foot, what's the ongoing rate right now?
For mixed light?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, so the rates I used for the scenario is $3 a square foot, $4 a square foot, and $5 a square foot.
Okay, so if we did that, let's just say we had 30, so it would change the idea here, because 37 acres would equal really 54, because you're looking to just go half an acre. So let's say we had 54 growers, each doing a half acre of product per year. at $3 per square foot, that revenue would be $4,835,000, and that's where we're at. So that just gives us an idea. I'm just trying to.
So,
the numbers
Mr.
I
Chair.
Supervisor Rivas.
And so obviously the economics is one aspect of this. When I hear 37 or 50, that's alarming to me as a small county. That's alarming, in my opinion. And that's why I think if we want a comprehensive ordinance, it's going to require us to take a comprehensive approach, engaging public safety, the sheriff, engaging property owners, people that are lifelong residents of this community, because this is a decision that would alter the landscape of this county. And that's why I'm not ready to rush into any decision. That's why I haven't rushed into any decision. I think that this requires very careful planning. That's why we're here. I think moving forward with HDL is a positive step. But again, it's just part of the long history that, this whole marijuana, the debate has evolved in this county. Because this is, in my opinion, this is a very big decision for us. I was driving through Greenfield on Saturday. It stunk in Greenfield. So that's why when I hear from the presentation from HDL, our options as far as indoor, outdoor, those are conversations that we've had, but that we got to continue to have to see what is in the best interest of this board, what is in the best interest of the residents, more importantly, and the future of this county. What direction do we want to move in? If we move in this direction, how does that impact other businesses? How does that impact the quality of life of people that live here? And so this is not something that we can rush through, unfortunately. So those are my 2 cents, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Yeah. Supervisor De La Cruz.
Yeah, I think both Supervisor Medina and Supervisor Rivas have good points. That's why it's very important, Ray, that we need to find what that. I mean, I hate to say it, but the reality, it's all about economics. We need to find what that dollar amount is, and then depending on what the public input and how the board feels in terms of the number of permits and how we're going to do it, can we get to that point? Otherwise, why create an ordinance? Why give permits if for example, we only give 10 permits and it doesn't even meet the half of the indirect and direct cost to maintain this program? Then shelf it like we do on all the other things, and just move forward. And so you're right, Supervisor Rios. I think we need to do a comprehensive analysis on everything: cost, public reception, the long-term residents, the people that just moved here, the police, the sheriff, everyone, and then put a dollar to it and see if we can reach that dollar. And if we can't, don't do it. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay. You would like to add? Sure. Appreciate the comments. One of the things I think you need to look at in some of the policy discussion is that you have a native industry that's here, that's black market. And where we've had other counties that look at, listen, we can say 5 or we can say 100, but does the black market go away? Where do we find that balance where we can raise enough funds to provide revenues to use for public safety to address and eradicate the black market versus just continuing having a black market and it's going to be there regardless? So the reason why we provide a number is, if you back out all the non-cultivation facility things, is recognizing there's probably an estimated 100 to 150 growers out there natively in your county. And so with that, how do you find a balance point of bringing something in a regulated environment which you want to control, and then say the rest of you, I'm sorry, based on the policy decisions we made and criteria, the rest of you got to shut down, and you don't have the funds to do that because you don't have the revenues, but you make a number on your decision process of too low where you don't find that balance between dealing with the public safety issue and addressing the existing. Now, granted, you have all the other policy decisions regarding the community input concerns and all the land use buffers, but that's kind of where these numbers were kind of provided you to reflect that as a starting point, and only as a starting point, right? It can go either way based on what direction you go with the next steps.
Yeah, from my perspective, I got to admit the number of 37 businesses is probably would be on the high side. If it would, but what I would like for us to do initially is develop a growing ordinance that protects the areas that we want to protect and allow under certain conditions that a business could get established. And I think we should have maybe initially coming out of a gate some sort of a cap and get that established, do a good job with that, and then move on from that point. But the important thing is to kind of know what areas cannabis could be allowed. A little bit, this gentleman that I've had a couple of meetings with, it's medical marijuana. I think that medical marijuana is something that is going to could be of great benefit, but I kind of would like to see us have some sort of parameters in which we develop this industry, but with the foremost protection of the residential areas that we have. You can't put a cannabis operation on a 5-acre parcel. It just doesn't work. But anyway, that's where I'm coming from. So what do you think, what's the board's wishes on how to proceed with this?
What do you recommend, Mr. Chair?
I honestly think that we have the foundation of an ordinance. I think we probably should have some sort of general workshop with all 5 of us participating in it, with key staff, answer some of these questions that HDL has laid out. We may not all agree on everything, but I don't have any better ideas how to approach this.
I would agree with you, Mr. Chair, because last time we created committees, they were either one against the other, and we could never reach a resolution. So maybe bringing it up here is a good way. I would agree with you. I will support your idea.
Supervisor Rivas.
Yeah. Do we want to engage HDL for as far as like contract? I don't know what the process. Well, as far as the process, but do we want to engage them in contracting with our county for extended period of time?
Yeah, it's going to be more than the $10,000. We have a $50,000 budget in our cannabis for our budgeting. But I think we can. I think it's important that we meet with them first. I think maybe the ad hoc, just to kind of start the process and then bring it back to a public session if the board wishes to move forward with that. There's different elements to this. I know we discussed kind of going through the process that we've already gone through with the permitting, with looking at the ordinance. There's like different phases to this. And I'm not sure if you've had a chance to. We haven't really talked about it. I've been gone. I was at NACO, so I haven't had time to talk to you right before this meeting. But I know we discussed that. I'm not sure if I'm answering your question, but yeah, there was phases that we discussed to move this through because it's obviously not going to happen. We're not going to just go to the last step.
I guess next steps would be to bring something back to the board as far as like a contract or proposal.
Well, no, there's a contract here. This is to accept,
here?
right here, right now,
okay.
To accept it so we can start the process. That's ultimately what this is for. And then to give us some direction, it doesn't need to be specific to the zonings. I think it's too vague right now for you to really ponder over. I think we probably need to develop something a little more clear for you, to be quite honest with you. But that's my 2 cents on that.
Okay. Supervisor? Dale Cruz? I'm sorry.
No, it's good.
Okay. Yes. Then I would recommend, Mr. Chair, that we approve the contract with HDL and then have them talk to each supervisor and kind of pick their brains on what they want to see, and then come back the way you thought, Mr. Chair. The third part of the third leg of the project. I think that's probably the best way. That's my recommendation, Mr. Chair.
And I think that's an excellent consideration.
Well, of course, you support the idea.
and we have done that because each one of you have philosophically or a different place, and I think educating on your concerns, and specifically, I think it does allow for that.
The only concern I have would be the Brown Act, so we just need to be really clear that we cannot.
Yes, it could be considered a serial meeting.
Got it.
So, if,
So that's the only.
To scratch that idea out.
I even knew that one. But if the consultant's not conveying what the other supervisors' opinions are, he's just reaching for, well, do you feel that indoor or outdoor?
Yeah.
Or both? And he doesn't convey that information to the next supervisor, it should be okay.
And we've done it in the past.
Yeah.
Right.
Right, Mr. Chair, we've done it in other such
So
matters.
I think,
yeah, as long as the information you're receiving from each individual supervisor is not being disclosed to the other
supervisors.
I'm very familiar with concerns of the Brown Act issues on that.
Right.
Okay, so we can do that then. We could. Yeah.
Okay. Why don't we go start with that then?
Okay.
So make a motion, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, go ahead.
That we enter into contract with HGL, have HGL meet with each supervisor and keep that information to themselves only, and then bring back a summary report to the board of supervisors, and the supervisors can start discussing the platform for what we want to do.
Yeah.
That's my motion.
Okay. Second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Hearing none. Thank you. Okay, we'll move on to item number 42.
That was 42, Mr. Chair.
We got done with.
Yeah, we got done that.
That was 43. So the concern is, I believe Wildan. Where's Wildan at?
It was 42 and 43 too.
Wildan Consultants has to leave really soon. So, Mr. Chair, we're going to request, if it's all right with your board, if we can move 45 up next.
Oh, okay. We'll go ahead and do 45 and hold 42 for after that.
Thanks. And we have Dulce to open this particular item up.
Okay. Thank you.
For some reason this computer's. There we go.
Okay. Thank you, board, for hearing Wildan. Wildan has conducted our fee study, and they have been working with the county over the span of the year. I have Purdy Patel and Tony Russia here, and they're going to discuss their findings and summarize their study and their methodology behind it. In addition, for the next board meeting, I will bring a master fee schedule to implement their changes that they are recommending as part of the study.
Okay. Thank you, Dulce. Thank you, Chairman, Supervisors. I am Tony Thrasher with Wildan Financial as the project manager for the user fee study. It's been an ongoing thing for well over a year now, trying to get through it. We addressed most of the departments of the city. It looks like there's a list you there, but I'm going to move through it. Okay. So what we addressed were user fees. So these are program services that provide private benefit to the requesters of the service with limited or no benefit to the community as a whole. So we're limited. These fees have little to no general benefit so that we can address them on a private level, conveying benefit just to the person requesting the service. So the state law requires that individual use of the services must be voluntary and that fees must reasonably relate to the cost of providing the services, right? So as we determine what the cost is of providing a service, that sets our ceiling for where a fee could be set. And so the objective of the user fee is to find that reasonable full cost of providing each and every service. So each service is looked at on an individual basis, irrespective of where the other ones are, so that fees are not subsidizing other fees. We develop fully burdened hourly rates, so looking at all staff personnel of the county and finding what their full cost is on a per hourly basis to recover not only their costs, their per salary and benefit costs, but also a pro rata share of direct and indirect costs, so cost allocation plan from central service functions as well as operational cost of supplies, maintenance, that sort of thing is layered in. Up to 100% of the full cost may be recovered, but it is at the discretion of yourselves of where to set the cost recovery at. We come in knowing where the current fees are, so within the study itself you could see where the current cost is, where the recommended fee is, as well as what subsidy would remain, right? So the individual pieces of the study themselves are to develop a rational basis for each fee. So most of it's going to be time studies. So how long does it take each staff member involved to provide the service on a single basis? Others, such as the building permit, might be a programic level where we're looking at evaluation base. So how much valuation does the county see in over a number of years? What's the average valuation? What's the cost that needs to be recovered? And then we can see where your revenue recovery is and where it's likely to be moving forward. We identify what the subsidy amounts are currently in place, as well as what subsidy amounts would remain based off of the suggested fees. And the adjustments you see in there have been worked through with your staff to try to identify reasonable levels, so where you might want to go, where you're coming from. So we're not looking to quadruple fees, even if it warrants that kind of thing. And I have some slides later on to kind of show where an average fee increase might go. The fee study itself is done in an Excel model, real easy to update, easy to change. Update of budget data, salary data will update every fee kind of through the model. So easy to update it yearly, or I'll tell you the typical update schedule is every 3 to 5 years. After staff goes through the process of a year-long study, they're probably looking more like 5 years, right? But even then, you could introduce an inflator such as a MOU or CPI, something of that sort.
So that was one of the concerns I had was, keeping the fees up to date. Mm-hmm. And it seemed like we've been working on this fee study for, I'm scared to even mention that.
Right.
But it makes sense to me that we either put it on a CPI or every time, a department head has the foundation and they should know what their costs are, salaries and benefits, and just divide it back into the fee structure. It should be pretty easy and straightforward.
Yeah, and we've had, since we were working with, I believe, Lewis before, but Lewis has since gone so Dulce, and so we would show her exactly how that salary and benefits can go in, that kind of, it's not too difficult because what we use as the foundation is your raw data that you provide to us. So we try to make sure that there's a seamless transition there. But yeah, CPI or an MOU, but as you've been in labor negotiations, you likely know that that's kind of, who knows where that is, right? So you want to make sure you have something that you can anticipate, something that's why CPI is something that's most used and recognized, because everyone kind of knows what it is. But if you do have something that makes more sense, then definitely use it.
Okay.
So the study itself, we always start with the cost. We want to determine what are the costs of the county for each department program, and we build that up through the time estimates, the labor involved, and we layer on those indirect services, direct services, so that we can determine a full cost. And only after that full cost is determined do we start talking about cost recovery, right? So we don't want a suggested fee dictating where the cost is, because that's why we have the time usage data in there, so we could say how long it takes to actually provide a service. So the typical fee composition, the majority of the cost is in the direct cost, right, salaries and benefits, but the central service overhead, as I mentioned, is for indirect support from your central services. So clerk, finance, yourselves are kind of what goes into that. The department overhead is operational costs as well as administrative overhead. So if there's support structures surrounding providing the fees, and those are part of that. Now, keep in mind there's a number of different positions that may be involved directly or indirectly, right? So we have attorneys. So if your county council is involved in a service indirectly, then we would consider that part of the indirect overhead as opposed to being directly involved, of which you would have an actual time basis being in there. Just keep in mind there's not just, it could be multiple departments that might have inputs on a single department's fees. So we looked at the majority of the departments of the city, so there's a lot of them. Rather than go through the list, I'm going to go through tab by tab list instead. So the ag commissioner, majority of fees are set according to statutes, regulations. So there's no real recommendations being charged for that schedule. The fees are under recovering for what we calculated, but if you can't change, then that's where they are, but they are detailed within the schedule. The assessor's office are under recovering cost of providing service. It is recommended that you go to at or near 100% of cost recovery. There'd be an increase in 9 fees, 9 would remain set, but we're looking at an average fee change of 11%. For building, there's actually 2 big pieces to it. So there are the flat fees, which are time-based, so time and motion type thing. And for those, it's recommended to set most of them at 100%. Where you don't see them get to 100% is typically because it would be detrimental for the increase. It wouldn't make sense. The elasticity effect might cause there to be, less participation and that kind of thing. So as a result, there would be increase to 32, but you see it's kind of up and down. There are a number of new fees that are being introduced, and that is kind of provide more clarity. It also kind of expands and provides for ways so that you can provide more specific support. So if you have one general fee that covers 100 services, then its cost is not very specific to what's being provided. So as a way of breaking it out, you can actually identify what the cost is of those. Now the building permit is evaluation based, so we did a revenue analysis to show what your cost recovery has been based off of past usage. And so you've been operating about 84%. So it is recommended to go to 100% cost recovery in that because it is a private benefit that you're kind of passing on there for inspections and review services. Clerk of the board is, so recommendation is mostly, 100%. There's not a lot of fees in that section there. So you increase the 1 fee, 2 fees remain as set, and that kind of thing. So they're detailed in the schedule. Now, code enforcement. So most fees in code enforcement are penalty items, right? So they're set to deter the activities that are being represented there. So the discussion is less about what it costs to provide a service as opposed to, is this doing its prescribed job of deterring the activity? So based off discussions, there's no recommended fees to that, changes to that schedule. Emergency medical services. So current fees largely subsidize the cost. There's a very big subsidy in that piece. So there is a recommendation to go closer to 100%, except where in the schedule there are subsidies, heavy subsidies within there, so that you can promote access to services, right? So we don't make those too detrimental. There's increase to 17 fees. You can see the average fee increase is still 10%. Right, so there's heavy subsidies, but increases average of 10%, and that's because if you think of the average, think of the number of fees that are in there, and you average it out, and it amounts to less of an effect as it might look on a fee-by-fee basis. Environmental health, this has a lot of fees in it, and so there is a recommendation to increase 155 of the fees. It amounts to an average increase of 3%. It's just a lot of fees need to go up a little bit. Is kind of what happens there to get to 100% cost recovery. They do have some decreases there, and there are some new fees as well. Geographical information, so GIS systems, right? Current fees are under recovering the cost of service. You're kind of sensing a theme here, right? Been some time since you updated, so you do have a lot of your services are under recovering. Increase to 17, and so average increase of 11% is kind of where we're looking there. For the library, library is subsidized, right? But there are no recommended changes to the library fees. So the analysis kind of shows where there are some current fees. They also have a number of, they're overdue. Those are actually to deter that act, so it's not really based off of the cost of the service. Now, mental health, so pretty much all those fees are based off of, state regulations. They're set the way they are. There is one fee in there that was analyzed as far as cost recovery goes, which is a records research fee. And so for that one, there is a recommended increase to that one, but it would still retain a 41% subsidy on it. So it's just kind of increased the cost recovery because, as you may have heard, as far as public records requests and all those kind of things, it's a very cost detrimental thing. So where you can get some recovery and where you're allowed to, it would be a good idea.
Mr. Chair, I got a question.
Yeah, go ahead.
I got a question. I don't know if you did the research on this one, but particularly for mental health, a lot of the patients that seek assistance, income is a challenge for them.
Mm-hmm.
Do you take that into consideration?
Well, so most of the fees are they're kind of set by the state. I'd let staff kind of talk more about the impact of that piece. But so for the records request, as I understand it, that's
Okay,
a lot of that's a little different than that piece of it. As far as subsidization goes and state set fees, you'd have to probably look at each state statute to see what you're allowed to subsidize or not. Because in general, even though a state sets a limit on a fee, it might be at your discretion to limit cost recovery and those kind of things too, or limit the fee that they set. So. Planning fees. So planning has some deposits in there. So the difference between flat fees and deposits are the deposits, as you know, right? So as the deposit gets used by staff, their cost, their hourly rate hits that deposit and pulls from it. Anything that's not used goes back to the applicant, right? So you could set the deposits to where you feel is reasonable to set them, right? If you want to always keep going back to the applicant to get more, you can, or you can set them at different levels. So the current are under recovering the cost of providing service, and the recommendation is set them higher, so you recover more costs. You don't have to go back asking for money. So there is an average increase of 55%. It's hard to read right there. So that is where you're seeing a bigger increase on that sort of thing, but where it is talking kind of more of the development side of things, right? And those fees haven't been addressed in a while. And when we're talking about increasing deposits, you're not actually increasing a fee so much as just increasing how much you're asking for up front. Probation is a similar as far as penalties go, right? So meant to deter the undesirable activities. I think we have in there, it's hard to read there. So the suggested increase of 53%, but because there is a lot of subsidization in there, but you would still retain an average subsidy of 30%. So big increase, but you still also are not recovering your cost. In public health, there was only one fee analyzed, and the recommendation is to increase that fee. And that would have a 49% increase, but would retain a 97% subsidy. So that's one where you really are subsidizing a lot of the cost, but to increase it a little bit makes a lot more sense based off of surrounding jurisdictions and where we typically see that. Sheriff is so another one where these kind of penalties are set just to deter those activities. 10 fees in total were analyzed. So there's 8 new fees and 2 fees you currently had in place that were analyzed as far as a time and motion basis. The 2 current fees would be increased based off the recommendation, and the 8 new fees would be added. And tax collector would see an average fee decrease, here's a decrease, of 2%. So there's actually an increase to 25 fees. 42 fees would remain as currently set, and 8 fees would decrease. But based off of the average fee movement in this tax collector category, you're kind of seeing a kind of a net effect there. So it's more of a juggling of where your costs lie as far as a per service basis. Okay, so as you see, a lot of departments were looked at. I mentioned, using salaries and benefits, your budget data, staffing structures, a lot of time spent with staff. When we kind of did started off the process, it was 2 full days of meetings with all your departments and going through everything, and then just a lot of follow-up, right? So activity, revenue levels were all kind of went into this entire analysis. And so in the end, we kind of have before you the full cost and some suggestions from staff. So the general standard is if a private benefit is being conveyed, that you recover the full cost of that service. But is entirely up to you on where you would like to set those subsidization levels, right? So you might want to, we have that built into those suggestions already. Encourage participation, as I mentioned, for the MS. Ensure compliance for some of those building fees where they wouldn't participate, right, and try to do the work without getting those, or allow access to services, as you mentioned, right? So it is recommended the city include an inflator as well, right? So that is on there. We mentioned CPI, but if you do have something that is very defined and related to personnel, then that does fit better. And I'm here to answer any questions you have. I know it's a lot. It's a big study. Just let me know if you need.
Yeah, it was a good study and a lot of information, a lot of work, and thank department heads for contributing, which you mentioned in your written report. Any questions from the board? Supervisor Medina?
Just a comment here. It's a great results, great analyzing of all the numbers here. But we have to remember also, if we're going to increase these fees, we've got to increase our services and give our customers, which is the county residents, the customer service. So that's something we cannot forget. We need to make sure when these fees do come into place and we do decide which ones will be increased or decreased, we need to make sure we cascade that to all the employees, that we do expect superior customer service.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions from the board? Any comments or questions from the public?
Good afternoon, Elia Salinas, County resident, and that was a great study. And I would ask that in making the decision on what's going to be increased is to consider your constituents. 49% increase can't put somebody in bankruptcy on these mental health and public health issues and stuff like that. So just take that into consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? I'll close the public comment, and I think that brings up kind of a good point. Supervisor De La Cruz also alluded to that, and I get concerned about public health and behavioral health and things like that, because we want people to get the help they need, and it seems to avoid a lot of the problems that all of us kind of could encounter. Do we have a mechanism in which people could waive, or be qualified for a reduction in fees? Or
I don't think so.
I'm not talking about planning as much as mental health or public health. Or is that something we should consider? Is there people that we find that?
I know in part of the study, the only two fees that did change in public health and mental health were, one was for like a processed, a record. I believe that one was for mental health. There was a record lookup, and so it wouldn't necessarily impact the patients on those two departments. But as far as a mechanism, I'm not sure if there is something in place to reduce current fees.
Okay. Maybe that's just something that we should kind of keep in mind as we go forward, because I certainly want to make sure that our fees are updated and we get cost recovery. That's the only way we could provide good services is if we're getting enough money to properly staff and hire qualified people. Ray?
Yeah, I'm just pondering over it. I'm not sure if we have anything set in stone that we have that eliminates it. I know there's a mechanism that we've used in years past. Whenever there's some fees or something we needed to address, we brought it back to the board. So the board then would make a decision on reducing fees. And so, again, at a staff level, your board can create a policy, or we can create something that actually says, but then it leaves it leaves it up to the discretion of the department, and then there might be some unfairness, and so then we really would probably have to bring that back and really discuss that, I think, at another time, just to make sure we're fair, and there's something, there's an actual mechanism in place that we can be fair about that. That would be my only concern.
Yeah, I'd like to see something that gives some discretion to the department on a case-by-case basis, that gives them a little flexibility. I know even in environmental health, the fee structure was there for different, there's a lot of fees out there for temporary food, for instance, for nonprofits. Should they pay the full bore of a environmental health permitting when you're a nonprofit and we're trying to do good for the community? That's another area that I think departments should have a discretion with. Any other comments from the board? Okay. I guess, do we accept this report, or are we setting new fees today?
So new fees will come to you at the next board meeting. a master fee schedule with all the fees
Yeah.
and the suggested new rates. Will be accepted at the next board meeting.
So one of the issues that we've had administratively is to really keep track of all these fees. Who has what fee and where are they at and how are they? And Dulce has done a great job. She's brand new. She's trying to tackle this. And one of the things that we talked about is creating a master list, a master fee list, so we know administratively where things are at, and then we can work with the departments. And that's one of the reasons why we're deferring it to the next meeting to make sure we get that in line. But we wanted to bring this back to your board. We mentioned we would come back today to discuss this, so that's the reason why we're here today.
Okay, Supervisor De La
So,
Cruz.
not to mention the members of this committee, Supervisor Batalla, and so you are going to be in charge of this template, right? This matrix that you're going to present to the board later on, and it will be updated, right?
Yes.
Right. That's what I hear. So we don't have to have these meetings anymore, right?
Well,
Okay. I'm good. Good job.
All right. Yes, very good job, and hopefully we implement the new fees before they get outdated.
Right.
Okay. Now, can we go 42? All right.
It's 42. Thank you, guys.
Good one.
42. That's this. Oh, you.
It's another PowerPoint. So Joe Paul Gonzalez is going to go ahead and put this up. So I want to first thank Joshua Davis with HDL, as well as Joe Paul Gonzalez. We've actually worked on this, as well as the board. The board gave direction. I don't know how many times we've met, I think at board retreats and other meetings to look at it. The ad hoc committee made up of Supervisor Anthony Batalla and Supervisor Mark Medina, I believe, discussed this particular topic, business license and opportunities that the county has to generate revenues. So we've obviously we've been looking at different ways we can bring revenues in, and today's kind of we're getting our full shot of the different things, cannabis and other things, but COG with transportation and this particular item. So you find it there, Joe Paul?
Doesn't look like it's on there, but I happen to have it on my.
In the bottom left, by the Internet Explorer.
Yeah, it's right here. The business tax.
Oh, good eyes there. No wonder you're a consultant.
Thanks. Thanks, Joe Paul, for bringing that up. So with that, we wanted to go ahead and bring to your board this particular item, and I'm just going to go ahead and discuss it, talk to you a little bit about it, and then we have Joshua here to answer questions. So he'll be the go-to person to answer your questions, as well as I'll bring up Joe Paul Gonzalez to review where we stand with elections or the votes and our voting and the process in regards to how we actually put this on the ballot. So with that being said, hopefully this thing works. Yeah, maybe. Next slide. For some reason, this is not.
That's the next one, Ray.
Okay. Yeah. So there's two basic types of business license ordinances. One's revenue generating, and the other one is a regulatory only business license ordinance. So with this discussion, we're going to go ahead and talk about both of these. And really, as your board is aware, if you go to the next slide, in 1996 there was a Measure D that actually occurred, and we really don't keep track of our business license businesses, what they do, and that can pose to be a big problem, and we really need to get a handle on that. So today we're going to talk a little bit about that and item number 4, option number 4, but also 2, maybe a hybrid as well with option 1, 2, and that as well. Prior to 1996, it brought in about $200,000 annually. The Measure D was placed on the ballot as a general tax measure, and basically this did not pass and in essence canceled the actual reporting aspect of it. So that poses a problem for us. The next slide, yeah, thank you. So this particular slide here discusses the different options that you have before you. One thing to keep in mind too, board, is the timing is of the essence with this particular item. That's what I want to make sure I emphasize. So we have to make a decision hopefully today, because we have our next board meeting is August 7th, and we have till I believe August 10th to make a decision. So if we don't decide August 7th, we can ultimately come back with a special board meeting if we want to move forward with that, if you wanted to gather more information on this particular item. So option one, the next item here is so go ahead and go to the next page. Most of the tax revenues will be generated from the surface mining business, unchanged from 5 cents a ton tax rate. That's option one. And here is a slide here that depicts that with a spreadsheet. So this is expected to bring in about $378,000 per year in business license tax revenue. You have multiple increases, 20, 40, and 60%, each one bringing a different level. So $450,000 for the 20%, $529,000 approximately for the 40%, and 60% about $604,000 approximately. So that just shows kind of some flavors that you have with option one and the percentages and the generation of revenue that you have with that. Option two is probably has the most potential for revenue while keeping the tax structure simple. This is the most prevalent business license tax method utilized by most cities. So this model creates an equity in the tax base by applying the same effective rate for all businesses across the board, likely spreads the tax burden out by potentially reducing liability for smaller business, and shifts it to those higher grossing entities. So you'll see here the amount for the tax amount 0.001. And that right there is approximately $370,000, and then 0.0015 is approximately $495,000. So the next item, option number 3, is a hybrid flat fee single gross receipts method, and this particular item is a hybrid license tax methodology utilizing a flat fee of $100 as a base amount per business, combined with a percentage of gross receipts, with the rate varying dependent upon the business type, and 0.05 cents or 0.05 or 5 cents a ton for surface mining. This option is expected to bring about $428,000 a year in the business license tax revenue. So, option 4. If we decide not to go to the people, this is something that we can do internally, and this is a regulatory business license only. And typically, this license model is based on actual cost to administer the program, and in many cases, first-time applicants are more costly, and further renewals and updates, which require less follow-up cost or fees associated with it. This doesn't require voter approval. It's a cost recovery model only. Information gathered, gross sales activity, employee counts, types of businesses, and other key details are what is gathered. So information provides benefits ranging from economic development, which obviously need some help with, to code enforcement. Additionally, valuable contact information, emergency contact for emergencies, fire, ambulance personnel, as well as law enforcement. Detailed information concerning businesses that handle toxic and hazardous materials can assist first responders with developing a safe action plan that deals with fires or other emergencies. So this is really key when it comes to who are we in our county, what kind of businesses are in our county, and how do we handle them if there is an emergency, or how do we address certain situations. And there's a lot of unknowns out there, and I think this is a really important part of what we should do. And again, there's no time for this one. We can do this anytime there's no emergency in getting this on August 7th or before our deadline of August 10th. But if the board wishes to move forward with the business license tax, we do have to bring it to the people, and we have to have something approved by your board August 7th at our next board meeting or a special board meeting August 10th. So one of the recommendations from staff, and then then you can talk about it. You can ask Joshua some questions, as well as I can invite Joe Paul Gonzalez to talk about a little bit more about the timing. Kind of covered it already. Is going, well, actually, you know what? Before I go there, there's a report. Do you have the report in front of you, the HDL report?
Yeah, nice.
Well, let me just highlight for you in this report, it talks about similar and surrounding jurisdictions. And on page 6, if you have a chance to look at it in this report, it has average business tax revenue per capita in 2016, San Benito, Monterey County, Merced County, San Juan Bautista, and Hollister. San Benito County is $0. Monterey County is $42.86. Merced County is $4.30. San Juan Bautista is $16.70, and Hollister is $6. So you can see there that the huge discrepancy with just our local agencies surrounding us. Average to population, average 2016 population by jurisdiction. Hollister is 35. I can't read it. It's pretty dark. I think it's 35,000. 36 or 35,000.
36, yeah.
36,000. Yeah. San Juan Bautista, I believe it's 1,800. Merced County, 93,000. Monterey County, 70,000. And County of San Benito, 19,000. So that just gives you kind of an idea of kind of where we stand. But it was just very eye-opening when I read the report to how far off we are compared to our local jurisdictions. So one of the recommendations that we would request of your board, and your board can discuss it and change it. There's a lot of flavors that you could adjust this with. Is going with on option 1, please, on the slide.
Yeah, and option 1, you're looking at that report. We have it in our staff report. That's where that's at.
Yeah.
On the desk.
Yeah, option 1 in the PowerPoint there is moving with, and again, this is just open for discussion, a 40% on this with a sales volume, and making sure that we add the option 4 in the regulatory piece of this. That we add that, and then having agro-business, because I believe, I'm not sure 100%, we could probably talk to Joshua, you can elaborate a little further. The agro-business piece, I'm not sure if it's in there or not, but we wanted to make sure we accounted for that. And then the surface mining at 10 cents. So that was a recommendation that staff, administration, and looked at. Again, it's just a recommendation to your board. Your board can kind of discuss it and kind of mull over it. So that's all that I have. Joe Paul, do you want to add anything further with regards to the election piece or how the process would be? I think it's pretty straightforward. Joshua, do you have anything else to add to that? Okay. So if you have any questions for Joshua, now's the time.
There is one thing I wanted to add, and that is the real basic question in this item is, does the board want to use this methodology to increase revenues, county revenues? Or does it want to, use it for only regulatory purposes? So that's the basic question that you guys have to answer first amongst yourselves. And before you can really move forward on this.
Anthony.
Go ahead, Supervisor Medina.
Well, I guess I'll be the first to speak on this one. I would love to increase our revenue, but at this time I'm looking more of a regulatory. My opinion is more on the regulatory position.
Thanks, Joe.
Supervisor Rivas, you have any thoughts on it yet? No? How about you, Supervisor De La Cruz?
God, today was to be against Mark and everything, but today I'm going to support him right now on this one. I will support Mark's position on it.
Well, I'm going to chime in, and the old business license tax, I paid it when I had my packing operation. It was based on
so much and so much per employee. I didn't think it was excessive. And looking at this too, the only thing that I am concerned about it, mining operations is 5 cents a ton, but we're trying to get some of that with other entities that we're working with, and that could be used as road money. We have these mining trucks that kind of tear up our roads pretty solid. $126, say if we go for option 4, $126, and I kind of have a hard time that's even cost recovery unless somebody's going, if you have to go out there and see if someone filed for their business license, I don't think it pays. It's not worth doing. It won't raise enough revenue, and I don't think it will give us enough enforcement incentive for anybody to come in and submit for a business license. I kind of like option, what was it? I'm all over the place. What is it, 1 or 2?
I don't know. It's option 1, I believe.
Option 1.
I believe option
1, 20 plus 20%, which is over inflation. It would be about 0.75% since this tax expired.
And this would be in the county unincorporated area, right?
Unincorporated areas. And you if you're having a hospitality thing out the Law Ranch, you got to file a business license. If you're selling and researching seed, you have to file a business license. It's not unusual for cities and counties to have this in place. I don't think it should be real high and can't gouge the. I'm hesitant to use gross sales because we all work on different margins. Some people have big margins, some people have small margins, and some people barely make it. But if the business license is to put you out of business, maybe you shouldn't be in business. That's the way I look at it.
I can add, too, just one thing to consider on your point about the gross receipts. The purpose for each of these individual categories is to, in some way, address some of those items. So the rate that, for an example, a professional would pay would typically be higher than a retail business that might have smaller margins. So it's sort of built into the category concept. That as opposed to, for an example, option 2, where you just say everybody, pays the same thing regardless. The category concept does help you address by allowing for different rates for those categories, understanding different profit margins and different challenges that different types of business might face.
Thank you. But it's almost like getting a dog license out in the county. How many people in the unincorporated areas get a dog license? That's good, Supervisor Medina. I'm proud of you. But anyway, that's where I'm at. I'm going to open it up to public comment. Marty Richmond? No.
I know, he's been gone for a few months, and I have been known to be called that. So there's cattle ranches, there's wineries, there's farmers markets, there's breweries, there's all kinds of businesses out there, and they have been operating and they don't have any business permits, and I think that they should go ahead and get the business licenses. I think it would be great for revenue coming in, and I think it'll cover for the regulatory. We have the ag needs to be included. I guess my question is, ag is included. Is that the cattle ranches as well? I mean, how is that categorized? I don't know. The trucks that are being used, their ag is a very large employer in this county. So, and their trucks are out there damaging our roads. So all this needs to be taken into consideration. So definitely, I don't know where ag would fall in there, but please put it in there somewhere. Oh, thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the board.
Supervisor Medina?
Just for clarity purposes, because we've had a problem last time, is if this was to go to a vote, it would only be for county residents, correct? In unincorporated areas?
It would be for businesses that are located or, within the unincorporated of the county or come from another jurisdiction into the county.
I think your question is which electorate will vote on it, the entire county or only the unincorporated county? I think on the it's up to the board to decide, how you want to present it. But you actually have the option to have only the unincorporated county, vote on this measure, or you can also have the entire county-wide vote on it, even though it only affects the unincorporated county.
I would favor countywide because we have more liberal voters in the city.
But if the board is just looking at option 4, it doesn't really matter.
No, I'm willing to reconsider if Robert supports you, Anthony.
It's an election year.
Look, I'm okay with option 4. I'm okay with actually any option. So whatever this board thinks is feasible, if you guys think that that's doable, I have no problem with it.
Okay, then I'll change my mind. I'll go with option B, 20%. Option A, 20%. Robert?
Option what? Option what?
Which
option 1. The 20%.
20% or 40%?
No, 20%.
One more question for the for Joe Paul. 50 plus 1 or 66 2/3?
Well, this is a general tax, so it's just for general fund purposes. So it's 50%, greater than 50%. Let's put it that way.
Thank you. Make your motion.
I'll make a motion. I'll make that we go with option 1 at the 20% in the November election countywide, including city voters in San Juan Bautista.
Mr. Espinoza?
Can we, and it's really important that we have the regulatory piece of it as well, and there's one part of it in the option I don't think that's included. So if you can include the regulatory, because it's just making sure we get all the information that we need.
With those comments that you said, Ray. That's my motion.
So per staff recommendation.
Per staff.
Or direction.
Correct.
Yeah.
You second that?
I'll second it.
Okay. We have a first and a second on option 1, including the regulatory piece.
Correct.
And,
20%.
We'll go for the November election. That will be voted on countywide, including the 2 cities.
Yes.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Oppose?
No.
You said no? Okay, we have 1 no. Okay. We'll move on to another item.
Mr. Chair, so is this coming back for the actual ordinance?
Yes. I think it has to.
Yeah, we have to do that.
Okay.
For a special election. Right?
For the November
Yes, in this, basically by making this motion is really directing that council come back with an ordinance, basically that fits the option that was just voted on, and so HDL, Joshua Davis here, actually did a review of the ordinance, so it would, the ordinance is already written except for these changes that need to be added to augment the ordinance. And it would have to be brought before you for the August 7th meeting.
Okay. Or it's good? All right, great.
We're good.
We'll move on to item 44, our last item on the regular agenda. I believe we're going to continue item 46 to the next meeting.
I see you at the meeting on Thursday.
Thursday meeting.
Okay.
Oh.
Okay.
Was ours a PDF? Sorry.
We'll call you for assistance, Robert.
You got your phone number.
Yeah, we know your number.
Yeah, we're back on.
I have it in my engine. Yeah, 44.
Okay, 1 second. Let me. Okay, so.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, board, for waiting. And so this next presentation is for the financing of the solar energy project. The county has worked with the team, which includes the administration, auditor, county council, RMA internally, and externally it includes K&N, Raymond Jones, and Jones Hall. K&N has served as the county's municipal advisor since 2007. They have a great reputation of providing public agencies independent, objective analysis and advice to support them in making reasonable decisions about debt and capital programs. And then Raymond Jones, their role has been, they were established in 1994, and they have a relationship, and they really have served as our placement agent within this project. Jones Hall has been our bond counsel, and they have assisted with the legal requirements for the lease purchase agreement. So I'm going to turn it over to Bobby Chung from K&N, and he's going to provide you an update since our last board meeting.
Thank you, Dusla. Mr. Chair, if I may,
Yeah,
just want to
go
add
ahead.
further comments. Feel free. I just wanted to add that, there's been a long process. It's multifaceted. This is part B of earlier's public hearing piece, just to execute it and get the financing going. There'll be one more piece at our next board meeting as well that deals with I think it's AMBAG, if I recall. So you'll see that in the consent item, but it's all what we've been discussing and talking about. But Bobby's going to go ahead and explain a little bit more further on the financing piece with your board. It's just kind of following through what we've been discussing. Thanks.
Okay.
Good afternoon. Excuse me. Good afternoon, members of the board. Bobby Chung from K&N Public Finance. I was here at the last board meeting to give you a brief overview, and this is a continuation of that presentation. There's been a lot of work done, both with your staff, with bond counsel, over the course of the last 4 or 5 weeks to try and get this transaction in a place before you today for your approval. And as your CEO mentioned, this is a continuation of the item number 41 from earlier this morning. This is the financing piece for that project. So just as a very quick reminder, our role in this process is to watch out for the county's best interests in corresponding with the financing world, the bank in particular, and to negotiate key terms and conditions on your behalf. And I think we've done that. And page 3 or page 2 of the PowerPoint briefly summarizes the plan of finance to date. This is a lease financing structure, and as we discussed before, we're using the project and equipment itself as the leased asset for the facility, not encumbering any other county assets. That's important to preserve those assets for future needs if necessary. The financing term is 20 years. The borrowing amount
is currently $8.175 million, and that covers both the cost of the project, which is $8.05 million, plus about $100,000 in cost of issuance. So there's no net impact to the county general fund this fiscal year for this financing. The lease payments will be structured with a slightly ascending payment structure to help mirror the expected savings that are that the projects will generate over time. And finally, the lease payments will be subject to your board's annual appropriation moving forward. On the next page, page 3, a bit of progress since the last meeting. Since we got your basically your conceptual approval, we finalized the borrowing amount, finalized the cost of issuance. We wrapped in a slightly a higher borrowing amount to factor in with like a test for, I think, concrete and soil that just came up last week. But we were able to shave off a little bit of fees from the cost of issuance amount. We finalized some key terms and conditions with the bank and their bank counsel that are more favorable to the county, basically giving the county some better optional prepayment terms and some partial prepayment flexibility. Basically, some opportunities to get out of the bonds sooner before the final maturity. And before you today, you have a financing resolution which authorizes the financing itself, as well as sets forth some key parameters, such as the maximum borrowing amount and the maximum interest rate. We've built ourselves a little bit of cushion just in case we need it before the transaction actually closes, which is scheduled to occur next Friday. At this point, I don't anticipate either the cost or the interest rate going up. Bank of America has actually locked their interest rate through August 22nd. So that's just to give us more flexibility in case we need it. The equipment lease purchase agreement, that's the actual loan document that incorporates all of the key terms and conditions. The escrow agreement controls how the county would actually access money once the deal has closed. So there's a form for disbursement of funds that will need to be filled out moving forward. And finally, the resolution incorporates flexibility for the execution of a memorandum of understanding. When this item was drafted, it was unclear whether or not this memorandum of understanding would be needed. It would have been between the county, the bank, and NG, your energy services provider. But it turns out actually that the bank will not be requiring that memorandum of understanding, so that will not be a document that your board will need to execute. The next page, these are the final estimated savings. This is the same schedule that we've seen before, just with slightly updated lease financing payments highlighted in yellow on column L. Total savings are estimated to be about $11.5 million over the 30 years expected useful life of the projects, and on a present value basis, that's right around $5.08 million of net savings to the county over that term. And finally, in terms of next steps, if your board moves forward with adopting the financing resolution this afternoon, over the course of the next week and a half, we will gather the necessary signatures for closing, which will occur next Friday, August 3rd. And as a quick reminder, the B of A interest rate lock expires on August 22nd. So at this point, that concludes my presentation. If you have any questions.
Okay, any questions from board? Supervisor De La Cruz.
Thank you. I'm looking at the footnotes, and it says that on the spreadsheet,
yes,
that it reflects annual escalation of PG&E electricity costs of 4.3. So it's already factoring it, right, Joe and Ray?
Correct.
Because that's one of the challenges. In fact, the city hauler has that problem. I guess they didn't factor the additional escalation. So we have that in here then.
Yes, your estimated savings for this project is based upon this concept of avoided energy cost, right? So what you would have paid to PG&E if you didn't do this borrowing.
Okay.
And that schedule incorporates an annual escalation of 4.3%.
So if PG hikes their rates, their solar rates, if the solar rates increase, PG the rates increase. Is that a plus for us, Joe, if they increase? Because we're not paying that increase, right?
You're saying not solar rates. You're saying actual PG&E rates. PG&E rates.
If it increases, then actually it's more of a savings.
That's
rate, right?
correct.
That would
is
be correct.
correct.
Right.
That would be correct.
It's a
Yes.
negative, but it's a positive.
That is correct. Yeah,
spreadsheet.
if your PG&E bill would have increased at
Thank
either 7% per year, then these figures would look even better.
In the wild case that something happens that the expenditure is more than what we bonded, and we can't meet bonding obligations, is it the general fund's obligations that have to meet that?
Well, this is a general fund obligation.
Right.
This is a lease transaction. Your energy services contract actually has guaranteed savings that NG is providing to the county, and the sum of those guaranteed savings is actually more than your total lease payment. So this is
Okay. And
pretty
then
good.
my last question, I did some research, not a lot. Why B&A? Because they have a shady history with public services.
So our placement agent, Raymond James.
Joe's laughing. Oh, I should have said
we went through an RFP process. We reached out to 27 banks that are in the business of lending directly to public agencies, and B of A provided the lowest interest rate cost.
If I may add, too, Mr. Chair, if I may add one other thing. One of the criteria that staff discussed was, we have the jail project, we have the behavioral health project.
Yeah.
We also are looking at a master plan. We're looking at doing a lot of other things. One of the things that we were looking at is not putting up buildings or collateral to finance this
I did
project.
read that, yeah.
And that was really important. And they were the only ones out of all of the people that are all the banks, institutions that actually responded that met that criteria.
That is correct. Yeah. That is completely correct.
I know, it's just B of A, that's all.
Well, at least it's not Wells Fargo. Okay. I'm just kidding. I know.
No comments.
Okay, any input or comments from the public? Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the board for a motion.
Okay. Mr. Chair, if I may add one thing?
Oh, yeah, of
Just
course.
one more. It's really important I say this because this has been a long and grueling process. This has been a couple years in the make, maybe. I don't know how long it's been. It's been a while. It seems like 2 years in the make. So I want to publicly thank everyone that's been a part of the project, KNN, Raymond James, and all of the people that we've been working with, Bank of America. Also, too, more importantly, is our office, County Counsel's Office, Irma and Barbara. RMA was also instrumental with this too, designing, making sure we were within the guidelines on this, and they're going to be a bigger part of it when the project starts moving forward. John Gurton, Adam Goldstone, and his team, as well as Controller's Office, Joe Paul Gonzalez and his staff were a big part of this, and also our admin office, Dulce. She came in, she's brand new, yep. And she definitely did a lot of work on this and spearheaded this and got it to where we're at today. So I want to thank them all.
Yeah, it's a good project for us, finances aside. Just working in this room is miserable, and I'm looking forward to a new HVAC system here to make, the public more comfortable. The heck with the supervisors, but it's tough, and a number of our offices, need new systems, and renewable energy is something that is the future. And so, anyway, thank you for everyone's work on this.
My final thoughts, and I'll make the motion, Mr. Chair, is that I also like to thank the Board of Supervisors for allowing a particular supervisor and staff member to go to the CSAC conference, because this is where all the ideas started. So if anybody from the public says, what does the county generate?
I'll tell you what, I was looking into solar a long time ago. Okay. Can I have a motion and a second?
So move.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Hearing none. We'll reconvene in closed session.
With And,
Oh,
and-
yes,
And
right.
Mr. Chair, if I may, with one caveat, we also have one consent item we need to go back to.
Oh, that's right.
Oh,
Just keep that in mind. I just want to make sure that the public
Just
and
do it
your,
right
and your
now.
board's aware. Well, we can't because we haven't discussed that item yet.
Oh, that's right.
We haven't discussed it.
Well, you can scratch a little bit harder.
All right.
That's right.
What do we have to do with that?
We just got yelling.